not wait like 2-3 years just to get that. And since the data is public, I can go ahead and screenshot each of those posts with different comments and then analyze them. So these are my challenges for now. Because when I was thinking about the project, I wanted to make a quantitative project. It would be better and more informative in terms of like how much of that is informational, how much of that would be more. I feel it would be more like in numbers, say something else. But also qualitatively, it's also very important to show that also because it is talks about the lived experience of the person. So you go more deeper into what the person is saying rather than how many times something has been said. That answers the question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Rim. Are there also for Rim? Yeah, so I was wondering what are some ethical considerations that are in this study when it comes to support groups and things like that? How do you ensure that you're studying them but also trying to respect their privacy?
Yes. So in these groups, when I joined these groups, let's say around 5 or 6 months before, because it relates a little bit to my dissertation topic. So I have been following them. It's kind of like I have been doing ethnography before starting there. Most people who are posting those groups, they will either post anonymously or they have a pseudo there. So they don't use their own pictures, they don't use their own real names. It's very rare to see accounts that are using the real name. However, even with that, what I'm trying to do is to not screenshot with the name of the person, to just, you never know, because this is public space, this is digital media, so yeah. But even though IRB doesn't really, that doesn't require us as researchers to apply for an IRB application for ethical purposes with public data, public available data that you can have without even registering to that, let's say to Facebook, I would still apply to that just to be safe. You know, in the future with those. So, and I try to not have any identifying information and be considerate of that when I do that analysis. When I'm describing those are written in AmaGgirha. I will be translating them, so it's very hard to track down who said what.
That's presentation.
Thank you so much.
Peter?
Yeah, these are great presentations. I really enjoyed them. I have a question for Ntobeka. And my first question is, why are you calling Mdima a transitional African intellectual? That's my first question. Why transitional intellectual? Because from your discussion, is that intellectual in her own right. And then the second question I have for Ntobeka is, what unique gaps is your work filling in your own field of study?
Yeah, this is a question for Ntobeka.
Yes.
Yeah, you are muted, Ntobeka. Hello, are you here, Ntobeka?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay.
I was just taking down the question. So if I quote properly, why calling her transitional intellectual?
Yes,
and
when you
what
are saying in her own right, she's an intellectual, right?
Okay, and then the second question was any unique gaps.
Correct, in your field of study, right? And I guess you are coming from history, right? Or psychology?
Yes, I am.
History, right?
History. Yes.
Yeah. So I want to see the gaps that you think this study is filling.
Okay.
Or this work.
Shall I answer?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I think when I do get to the aspect of transition within my chapter, I feel, again, this is still a proposal phase, and the title is because she moves, right? She's not one, she moves space and time. So she moves from the night, like being born in the late 19th century and moves into the 20th century. She moves within KZN, and she moves from an early nationalist to before nationalism becomes a thing. So her entire life is a transition. So when she received her musical training in the United States through missionary work. So she also moves over geographically. So as a by using the titles and transitional intellectual, it's more tying to her element of movement as an intellectual. Whereas a lot of people just say an African intellectual, where she's multifaceted. She's not limited to a space, a zone, or time, hence transitional element. But I think it will be explored more as I trace her life and explore the dynamics. Again, hence why I bring in the positionality of Archie Mafeje, right? When he asked us to explore the historical figures and historical lives and African lives specifically within their context, right? And she moves outside of the context and comes back, right? So the word of transitional is to emulate that complexity of her intellectual. It's not just an African thing. She moves space, she moves time. Her intellect is very not bound to one particular paradigm or lens. So it's kind of to reflect her multifacetedness. Again, it's still a working title. So we'll see what my supervisors say about the word transitional. And in terms of the unique gap, right?
Yeah.
And the unique gap, it comes in for the space of education is more broad in South Africa, and it's moving, and the focus is on missionary education. My reference to Megan Healy Clancy in her book, where she looks at Inanda Seminary School, she highlights how there's very little scholarship around these early women who are literally social agents. Right now, within the South African context, Charlotte Maxeke is the more emerging name, and more scholars are focusing on her and her work. So being the uniqueness for me is that there is a documentary film that already exists, but there's not an academic scholarship tracing her intellect, right? So my unique element is that it's an academic paper or thesis, dissertation, and it's the first one of South Africa. Everyone's just been writing journal articles of like one or two papers, but this is an entire dissertation on her entire life and contribution. And then the unique element is a lot of historians or scholars just leave her at her husband, like at the husband level. She married her John Langalebalele Dube, and that's it, right? And even Heather Hughes, in her reflection of writing his biography, she noticed she really didn't pay much attention to her, right? So from a African perspective, I'm one of the first scholars to write an entire dissertation on her. And the gap that I'm addressing is just the book that they both wrote, the hymn book that they both wrote. There is no interrogation or an intellectual study around what is the message in that choral, in the hymns. So they merge African American influences, South African traditional song, and no one explores that. The book has just been they wrote the hymn and that's it. So in my intellectual analysis, the hymn book plays quite a specific role. Again, hence I mentioned Nkosi Sigilela, which is inside the hymn book. We kind of always focus on Enoch Sontonga, but we don't look at Ohlange and how it popularized the hymn. So there are quite different features around it, but overall it's an underrepresentation of African women from her time period, and not seen as nationalists, but just wives married to prominent African men. I hope that answers.
Thank you.
Yeah, just one quick thing. I like your explanations, and I raised those questions because my own research is on African-centered educational biographies. So your work is pretty good in the sense that I like the way you're talking about those transitions. So they need to really explore the way you've explained them and other layers in terms of how it's transitional as an intellectual. But the other element about the gap that feels you really raised very good gaps. They need to think also, even within the field of history, right? How we do not have what we call African-centered educational biographical histories. And that's a gap that's unique, right? That people who are interested within the field of history and they are looking at educational kind of based, biographical work. So I'm just throwing it out there for you to think, but very good work and good luck.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question for Ntobeka.
Yeah.
So my question is, you mentioned that the history of Nokuthela, Mdima is neglected and there is a gap, and this is the case of in Africa generally in the studies of women. Why do you think this is an African thing, like women success contribution usually overlooked and neglected in the studies?
So based on my literature, it's the African feminists' critique of Western feminism being applied to an African context. There's a tendency of just saying there's almost like eject or reject men in its entirety, right? Whereas in the African context, depending on the geographical location, it's more nuanced and more complex. So whereas you will find an African warrior king, but gender-wise was a woman. So we are not, so in terms of the analysis or analysis from African feminists, or the critique of Western feminism being applied to the South Africa, that is often overlooked. Whereas African feminists are saying we are much more nuanced and much more complex than that, right? So therefore, because gender is not the African scholars, again, that's why I'm critiquing the African historiography, is that they just, the idea was to just reject Eurocentric perspective, but they left out the element of gender. Whereas with African feminists saying gender also plays a role in how we document history. There were women missionaries came to Africa and just documented what men were doing, but left out the women. So you say men went to the mines, and saying now the question is, what were the women doing in the rural areas? They were farmers. They kept the agricultural society going. But with Western feminist perspective and African historiography, they ignored the element of gender in that analysis. So by bringing in African feminists and African womanism, it is trying to ensure. And again, Paul Zelezi's work on genderizing African history calls to question, we're not just about rewriting history and adding women, but we need to critique the patriarchy and the biases that come in how we write history, how we document history. There's patriarchal biases that are influenced and exist within our archives. So by bringing in I think in terms of answering the first question, the uniqueness is the blending. A lot of scholars would either choose Afrocentric and decolonial theory, or choose African feminism, or choose African womanism. But in terms of why I'm bringing all these three African paradigms, it's to allow an African scholar to look at gender and ensure that women are at the center when conducting the study, especially when looking at African women's experiences through these various phases of colonialism and societal change, without disregarding the male counterpart who coexist. Because for us in the African context, culture, the genders are balanced, whereas Eurocentric feminist critiques doesn't see that balance.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions in the room or in the chat? Yeah, Peter?
Yeah, I have a question for Anele. And I'm interested in the idea of, I know you are still shaping your work more, but it has always been a challenge when you're looking at the integrative aspect of clinical practice, when you're talking about indigenous kind of based medicinal components of health. And I don't know how you plan to navigate that in terms of, in some spaces there has been those attempts to integrate, right? But in some spaces there has been resistance and challenges. And so I'm just interested in how are you going to approach where you see the integrative elements, but where you also see resistance.
Yeah, it's a that's why I said this is a very optimistic study.
Yeah.
Psychology on its own, it's deemed as this wide Eurocentric colonial practice that protects its representation of what it is in the world. And so if you are going to bring anything that is deemed as a threat to the pureness of how we see psychology as a science or as a discipline on its own, I came across, in fact, I gave myself this term, I do dirty work. Dirty work in a sense that I bring every kind of element that is dirty in the profession of psychology and bring all of these African voices. I mean, African voices, African drums, everything that is non-Western, non-colonial. And so if we are going to talk about integrative approach, that's a very ambitious move. However, from my view, where I'm sitting is at least I can contribute in starting the conversation, not only as an outsider, but also as an insider. So, how I think about it, often people who do African scholarship work, they do research as outsiders, telling us what it should look like or how it looks like. However, there is a clinician who's trained in the Western model, um, that is very biopsychosocial model. And there I come from a different tradition that is mostly spiritual. So to merge the two, we all know psychology has very minimal room for spirituality. So I am just trying to bring a voice to the conversation that is in a space that is very rigid. And I know this possibility of an integration in psychology is basically impossible. However, as space invaders who are also insiders in the profession of psychology, we're trying to say, let the conversation begin, because not only we deal with wellness and well-being from a biomedical model. In Africa, spirituality plays a significant role. Hence, I move far beyond of divine traditional healers as bodies, but as knowledge knowers and knowledge creators that can help the profession of psychology to understand what wellness is, what well-being is not. So this is just an attempt to a broader conversation of really asking ourselves, what does a decolonized psychology look like? And for me, as a psychologist in Africa, what does it mean to be an African therapist? And I suppose the conversation around integration help us to start from somewhere. I hope that helps.
Yeah, and that raises then the question about if you are bringing the spirituality, the element of holistic approach, right, to healing.
Yeah.
In the African cosmology, that we are not dealing only with the body, mind, and spirit, right? It's there, all those elements. So I'm pushing there just for you also to look at that.
Yeah, there is a
approach,
there is a question.
in terms of your work, that spirituality is central, but spirituality is also dealing with all those other elements of the body,
Yeah,
and the what, and then the
that's
mind. Yeah.
that's essentially what I'm trying to say. Let's
Yeah.
move beyond your typical wellness model of how we understand wellness and well-being, but let's move far beyond than pathologizing human experiences that could be purely spiritual, that do not need a DSM, that do not need psychiatric intervention, but indigenous practices on their own can do some sense of magic. But
Yeah,
unfortunately, the scientific model says science in a form of validation and scholarship in terms of articles is the only science that we accept. Sorry.
yeah, thank you so much, Anele. There is another question in the chat room for you. So my question is around how do you envision a clinical environment that meaningfully includes AmaGgirha without simply incorporating them as add-ons or symbolic figures?
Whew, that's a hectic one. Can you repeat that? It's quite complex. Yeah,
Yeah.
Can I read it as the person who
yeah,
wrote it?
sure.
So thank you so much for this presentation. I truly appreciated how you centered AmaGgirha not only as healers, but as knowledge holders and
Sure.
spiritual practitioners whose work continues to be undermined in dominant clinical spaces. So the question is, where is it? My question is around how do you envision a clinical environment that meaningfully includes AmaGgirha without simply incorporating them as add-ons or symbolic figures, because we are not taken seriously and we know how much impact AmaGgirha could bring into practices of psychology, sociology. And also, what does a truly collaborative equal space of co-healing look like, and how do we begin to prepare current and future clinicians for that kind of relational shift? And I think the last parts you did answer, but yeah.
Yo, it's a whole dissertation. I love your questions because really they help me to think critically about the kind of work that I do. And obviously, AmaGgirha have not been really looked at from that perspective that you are highlighting. But I hope this study will help me answer some of the questions you are asking. But from my just little bit of lived experience, the idea of space, I see myself often as an invader because, for an example, there are times where I would go to my clinical practice room wearing beads. And sometimes I would walk barefoot. And in my office, there would be smelling of an incense and not your typical incense and all of it. So I've asked myself, how does this embodiment of self that represents itself as a healer in the room perturb the way in which we understand the idea of equal space and co-healing? At the same time, I mean, a Muslim or an Islamic therapist that wears their jab in the office, they are hardly questioned. So for me, it's how come African bodies and African expressions of being are deemed as invaders of space in therapeutic context? And that's the kind of work that I am wanting to do.
I think there is a problem with the internet.
Yeah.
The picture is. Also, yeah. Yeah, his internet. I think we can move to the next question.
In South Africa, there is no way indigenous healers and people who are talking about access to mental health care services, healers play a significant role and they are affordable. So we need to ask them, what is it that we need to do and integrate in the kind of work that we hope to achieve?
Thank you so much. So we have another question in the chat room from Paul. The question is for Romshire. Thank you for your presentation. However, I would like you to note that the use of social media platforms for data collection poses several challenges to include data quality, and the reliability as well as contextual understanding, as researchers need to consider other factors like user behaviors and cultural nuances that may impact upon interpretation of the data. How would you navigate all of this?
Yeah, I understand where Paul is coming from. I really understand that. But data reliability and data quality is present in all terms of data collection, including the survey, including interviews. The way we consider social media as journalism and mass communication researchers is it's the way people are navigating, are talking, are discussing with each other in this new era of people using social media on a daily basis, asking different questions and asking and talking about different things, right? So I understand that not all posts might be true, right? But the way we do it is to look for general patterns in those discussions. Like, what are the main things that these people are talking about? So if there's something that is more repetitive than others, that would be considered more, like thing, like a, how to say that? Yeah, that would be considered good, let's say. The aim is to get as much as you can of the data that's available in social media, especially that social media has, there are different groups that are, especially like for this research, for instance, it's social media groups, but all my research has been done about social media and with content of social media, whether it is Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, which I use the most for my research. So it is the way we deal with data as researchers, we need to take cautious of that, definitely. But that's also another limitation in our research as a social media researchers, let's say. It's something that we should also state in our limitation that based on this data, it could be, it's representative in most cases, that's what people are saying, that people are communicating. For example, in this is what people are, let's say, afraid about or want to talk about or want to have answers to. So it depends on the context as well. But yeah, I think, I don't know if I really answered your question, but thank you very much.
I have a quick question for
Yes.
you regarding like coming from West Africa or from Africa in general.
Yes.
It's coming from an oral culture. When we get sick, we ask grandma, neighbor, etc., and we prefer like urban medication than the actual medication. So do you think like social media is replacing our oral tradition, or it's used like as an oral platform?
I think it's used as an additional platform to that, is what I think. Because we still do talk to our families definitely about the different things. But this issue here, especially with this research, it is something that's usually we don't talk to with our mothers and sisters. Like whether how is it okay to have sex during pregnancy? I'm bleeding, what should I do? These are things that are a little bit taboo. And not everyone is comfortable talking to their immediate family about, especially our mothers. I wouldn't ask my mother about that, to be honest, right?
Yeah.
So I would turn to social media. There is a group that I'm part of, and I see that a lot of women are sharing their experience and they're getting answers. Oh, I did that. So you get that sort of comfort that, oh, she did that and she's fine, so I might also do that. Which is like a double sword, I would say. It's because it might be good that we are getting information in that way, but it also comes with risks of misinformation, because the pattern I was seeing in this last 6 months in this group is that people are, oh, don't use that medication, maybe you should use this one better, or no, I use that in this way, and there are conflicting comments responding to the same question. So it's either, it can go in both ways. It can go as a way to reinform or reinsure what you're using or not, or you always ask more questions. So to answer your question, I see it as an additional form of support.
Okay, thank
I'm
you
not
so much.
replacing the real.
Thank
physical
you.
support.
So maybe one more question is gonna be our last question. Yeah.
I have one just to follow up that. So you're looking specifically at like the issue of pregnancy and that sensitive topic. Do you see it for other sensitive topics as well, like Facebook groups and communities that popping up a lot, or is it mostly just for like pregnancy sort of issues?
Yeah, all my research is about reproductive health. So mostly the topic that I see and that I research is infertility as one of the main issues that couples suffer from, many couples around the world. Medical issues concerning women only, that like birth control, that's one of the most topics that I discuss. I haven't seen Facebook groups, to be honest, but I saw a lot of Reddit, subreddit, specifically for that birth control subreddits, just women talking about the way they use subreddit for abuses, birth control, and the different side effects with each of the methods. And people are asking me that, should I change the method to another one, or should I do this, or should I do that? There are also a lot of videos as well, video content in TikTok about women talking about their experience with fibroid. These are the symptoms that I have, these are the symptoms, this is the doctor that I went to. There are doctors talking about this type of issues as well. So I think social media has opened up those discussions more, especially sensitive topics, taboo topics that, for example, infertility, which is a topic of my dissertation, it's very, very considered as like changing the whole identity of the person who's going through that. So yeah, there are a lot of other topics that I'll talk about in social media anonymously. We should say that in the platforms. Yeah.
Thank you so much. These are all great presentations. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. And we still have, after the break, we still have another session. Yeah, so please join us after the break. Thank you so much. Have a good day. It was great listening to your presentations. Thank you.
This session, we're going to have three presentations. My name is Chibuzo Askiti, and the first presenter is Ade Dolapo from the University of Kansas. The title of her presentation is From Traditional to Transformation, the Colonial Influence on Gender Roles and Sexuality in Yoruba Beliefs. After her presentation, we're going to have Plan the Circle, I can see that you're on Zoom, and then Esther.
Right.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So we're going to start right away with Ade Dolapo.
Give us a second for Dolapo to get her PowerPoint.
Okay.
But you need to send me up.
Okay, so just in a second, she's going to pull her presentation up and begin her presentation. I see you sent it here with any access.
You need to go to the presentation itself and share it.
You guys are both the same spot. Same thing that you need access to. You guys are at the same spot.
Okay. You can, yeah, I can write it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Keep on the way.
Yes. Thank you.
And you decided to come.
How long was the drive?
4.
Almost 3 hours, 2 hours, 40 minutes.
When did you come?
Uber.
yeah, we had some things to well,
We're going to start in just a minute. She's trying to do her presentation. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry there was some sort of delay. So my name is Anele. I am a first year PhD student in history at the University of Kansas here. So my topic today is from tradition to transformation, the colonial influence on gender roles and sexuality in Yoruba beliefs. From my readings, I find out that there are some Yoruba traditions and beliefs that has been transformed due to colonial influences when Nigeria was colonized by the British. So for this research, I'm still kind of like dwelling on some readings I did. I've not done any fieldwork or any ethnographic research yet, but I was informed by my readings of some scholarly work I was informed by the work of Bolaji Dube, Judith Byfield, Sidal Tamani, Oyoroke Oyewumi, and Wande Abibola. And largely my work is being influenced by the work of Oyoroke Oyewumi, a Nigerian scholar with interest in gender. So she has written a lot of work on gender discourse in Yoruba beliefs, and one of her popular work that was largely influenced and awarded was The Impression of Women, which I'm going to like be dwelling largely on here. So also is the work of Bolaji Dube, who has written a lot of work to support how colonial experiences or how the West African side, the Yoruba side, has been influenced by British and brought some significant changes in moral values. Also, Judith Byfield has written a work on how British colony or British colonial influences has disrupted gender roles, women gender roles in Yoruba beliefs. And so is the work of Wande Abibola, who has written a work on how women are kind of like supernatural, how they have supernatural influence in pre-colonial Yoruba tradition. So the Yoruba people can be found in the southwest region of Nigeria, and it can also be found around the neighboring countries, which is Benin Republic, formerly known as Dahomey. It can be found around the Portsmouth. So in southwestern Nigeria, they can be found around Shaki, Ogbomoso, Oyo, and the 6 southwestern states in Nigeria. The key themes of my research is looking into pre-colonial gender roles and sexuality in Yoruba society. And also I'll be looking into how colonial influence the Yoruba society and how Eurocentric values kind of like change some of our moral beliefs. And
traditions in Yoruba colonial society. Also, I'll be dwelling on how these traditions and values have been transformed by the British due to their colonization of the region around the 18th century to 19th century. Also, I'll be looking at how Yoruba society has responded to these changes and how they have adapted to these changes over time. In the pre-colonial Yoruba society, Oyewumi has made some arguments of how Yoruba society was based on hierarchical organization, especially based on age and seniority. Like she kind of like linked gender discussions to how women were not being subjected to some social roles due to their feminine or women figure. So she argued that in the pre-colonial Yoruba society, there was not a such of Yoruba was gendered, Yoruba was not gendered, and people were not relating based on their gender things. They were relating on relational age differences and the hierarchical organizations of maybe if you're a slave or you're a master. So there was not a such of women and men domination and subordination. So women were not being subordinated to man. And also she made an argument of how men and women has been relating on parallel roles. They have been doing sort of roles that is kind of like parallel. There was no sort of superiority. Men were not superior to women in delivering their roles in the colonial society. Also, she made an argument of balanced duality in Yoruba society. So for her, she made mention of how women were giving birth through the reproductive system, and that's always like she's kind of trying to make an argument of women being a mother and producing children due to from pregnancy and all. And that role does not stop them from doing the same role that men were performing. So women has been seen as warriors, as soldiers, as kings, and all. So also she made an argument of absence of bodies in social roles. So for her, women were not subjected to some roles based on their body type. Maybe you have your look is different from the look of man, and because of that, maybe man has some masculinity features. So she made an argument that these features of biology or genetic terms does not define what men were doing and what women were doing. Then what are the colonial influences and these Eurocentric influences? So there has been some sort of arguments on how colonial influenced African education. And due to the fact that most of the education practiced by Africans were brought by their colonial masters, especially for Britain in Yoruba society, pre-colonial society. So they introduced some courses like biology, and some of the things that biology has made us see over time were not originally originated from Yoruba pre-colonial beliefs. So there has been some sort of influences on what the Europeans were practicing to our education system. And also, Judith Byfield make an argument, so also with Bolaji Dowu, like I mentioned earlier, and Oyewumi herself made an argument of how Christianity and missionary influences has kind of like changed the Yoruba moral values and changed our belief system. For example, for Christianity, the Christianity were preaching some sort of marriage that was based on women submitting themselves to their husband. And that agenda has been kind of like propagated by missionaries. preaching how women should submit to their husband and how they should occupy some roles that are less subordinate to men, or occupy some roles of being mothers, and the husband are the one providing for the families. So my other point is sex discrimination. Oyewumi kind of like Oyewumi mentioned in her book in Invention of Women how sex has been discriminated with colonial influences. For example, she made an example of how colonial influenced education in schools, and how men were set to occupy some roles that women could not. So also is the division of labor. The colonial masters brought some divisions of labor, differentiating what roles a man should occupy and what women should occupy. And they also brought some commercialization of land. And with the introduction of commercialization of land, men tend to be the one giving lands because they were seen as superior. And also is the translation of language and culture. So some of our languages in Yoruba pre-colonial society has been translated to what it does not really denote in the pre-colonial system. For example, Oyewumi argued that women and the terms woman and man was not like originally the meaning for female and male in Yoruba society. And so also is our culture. Some of the Yoruba cultures has been translated to what it does not originally mean. Then what has been transformed? How are we seeing this transformation? One is decline of women's economic and political power. So women has been kind of like declined to some specific roles or political power, and that's kind of like evidence in how we are seeing women representations in the contemporary experiences. Another one is reinterpretation of Yoruba beliefs. There has been a continuous reinterpretation of Yoruba beliefs by African scholars and Eurocentric view scholars. Then there has been a rise of male dominations in some social roles in Yoruba beliefs. And also there is a continual colonial education. Then how have we been responding and adapting to these changes brought by the colonial masters? First is women-led resistance. Even during the period of colonization itself, women from Abeokuta in Ogun State, Nigeria, southwestern region, like I mentioned earlier, has resisted some of concepts introduced by colonial masters or colonial administrators. And academic and scholarly resistance, people like Oyewumi Oyeronke, Judith Byfield has been writing a lot of works that is supporting women or that is advocating for women equality. Then another one is the formation of women's organization. We have some organizations like National Women's Organizations in Nigeria, which is occupied by both people in the Southwest, North, or South-South. Then we have some feminist organizations like FEMCO, with the activities seen during the period of NSAS in Nigeria, which was kind of like a popular event. Then, like I said earlier, my research is being informed by my readings. I've not really done any field work or anything about this work. I was just informed by my reading. So in summer, I want to travel to Nigeria to do some sort of research on my main topic on indigenous Yoruba beliefs and practices in form of events. And while doing this research, I want to pay attention to how gender roles has been changed in Yoruba beliefs. So which is why I'm researching on this topic. So I'm kind of like interested on how colonial ideals still influences gender and sexuality roles in Nigeria or Yoruba beliefs in southwestern Nigeria.
Right, thank you so much for that presentation. The second presenter, Nokuthela, is on Zoom. The title of the presentation is Beyond the Womb, the Mothers We Inherit. Interesting. From University of Johannesburg. Nokuthela, are you there? You can stop sharing your screen so that.
Hey, I'm trying to do that. Okay, share my screen. It's not a document that I'm sharing. Are you guys seeing something?
Oh, yes. You can go to race.
Okay, are we good to go?
Yes. You can go ahead.
Okay, maybe just to if you guys can see my face, so that you can see that I'm human. Hi everyone. So my name is Lissachalinda Plank. I'm a doctoral student with the University of Johannesburg at the Department of Sociology, and I'm also a researcher under the Chief Albert Lutuli Research Chair with the University of South Africa. The presentation I'm sharing today is titled Beyond the Womb, the Mothers We Inherit, Social Mothering Within Matrifocal Township Families. And it is this presentation, it draws from my broader ongoing PhD research, which is titled Reimagining Motherhood, an autoethnographical examination of self and society in the context of Black African matrifocal families from Soweto, where in essence, one is focusing on reimagining Black motherhood, care, and absence. And the purpose of the study is to address the following questions. What are the biographical experiences of young women who grew up without their biological mothers in the context of Black matrifocal families from the townships of Soweto? And please note, I am in my writing up stage. I have conducted data, and this presentation is just a chapter that is coming from the thesis. And the objectives that guide me or guide my study: one is to critically understand the concept of motherhood and what it means to be a mother in matrifocal Black families from Soweto, and also to explore to understand other mothers' perceptions of absent mothers in matrifocal Black families, to critically unpack what facilitates mother presence in matrifocal Black families from Soweto. So when growing up, I did not just hear the phrase, "It takes a village to raise a child." I lived it. My life has been shaped by the presence of many women, each of whom mothered me in their own way. My biological mother was absent for structural reasons. She was not able to raise me and my brothers for reasons like not having a stable home or income. But despite her absence, I was never without care or never without a mother. I was raised by my father, my biological father. Here, I just have a snippet with their permission of the pictures of who raised me. I was raised by my father, my paternal and maternal grandmothers, my maternal aunts, stepmothers, teachers, church mothers, and other women in the community. These women taught me that mothering is not limited to biology. It is layered, it is relational, and it is shared. This is the lens I bring into my research, a lens that challenges the nuclear Western ideal of motherhood and opens space for what I call social mothering, or for what we call social mothering, caregiving rooted in community history and survival. Public discourses in social institutions like schools and other state institutions maintain that children are primarily raised by their biological parents and centers the role of biology or biological mothers in this nurturing. Although there's a lot written on motherhood and mothering, very little is written on mother absence and social motherhood. For example, in my personal experience and the cases of many other South African women or people, biological mothers are often absent. Even in their presence, they are deemed absent at times. Even though mother absence is not widely researched, it is an important phenomenon when theorizing on motherhood as an institution and the Black family. My interest in researching motherhood as more than biology or biological is born of the fact that growing up without my mother, it led to constant pathology where I was pathologized as people around me focus on her absence and in the abnormality of my experience. This focus on my biological mother absence I found is because in South Africa, it is the father who usually is absent, and it is the father when he is absent, it has become a norm. A lot of people would normally applaud my dad for raising me, and they would emphasize the absence of my mother. And I struggled with this until I realized that this narrative was uncomfortable for me because it is not true, as I have never experienced myself as not having a mother, because all of my life I was taken care of, and I had a lot of women in my life who played, sorry, who played the mothering role, and I was raised by a village. Scholars such as Amadiomi, Masenya, Hill Collins, Mkhwanazi, Makukwana, they foreground the significance of other mothers, social mothers, shared maternal responsibility, and kinship based caregiving that stretches across generational and relational lines. Within their work, like Makukwana speaks of Umakulu, which is like grandmothers, or other mothers, they emerge not only as caregivers, but they emerge as cultural theorists, spiritual leaders, and holders of intergenerational wisdom. However, despite their centrality in the lived experiences of African families, their contributions remain under-recognized within formal knowledge systems and policy discourses. Thus, this presentation focuses on how maternal absence in Black township families is responded to not with collapse, but with adaptation and collective care. I focus specifically on matrifocal families in Soweto, where women lead caregiving in response to long histories of gender labor migration, apartheid displacement, economic precarity, and uneven care structures. These families, colleagues, challenge the idea that motherhood challenge the idea that motherhood is singular or biological. Instead, they argue that motherhood is socially constructed, negotiated, and sustained, often through the extended hands of women who are not always recognized as mothers, but who mother nonetheless. I use or try to use different theoretical frameworks to foreground my study. And one, it is to have the African womanism and decolonial feminist thought. To frame this, I draw on and fused some frameworks together because at some point I couldn't read them alone, you know. And even with Ubuntu sociological imagination, as much as we might look at Ubuntu as something different than sociological imagination, I tried to say actually what is more significant when it comes to this theory of what C. Wright Mills speaks of in the African context would be Ubuntu. So African womanism helps me understand that motherhood in many African contexts has always been relational, communal, and deeply spiritual. Women in the community have long shared care responsibilities, not out of obligation, but out of love and relational duty. Decolonial feminist thought allows me to challenge the dominance of Western ideas of family and care. So thinkers like Oyewumi and Ndlovukaji remind us that African ways of parenting, organizing family, and doing care have often been dismissed or erased in the colonial narrative. The Ubuntu sociological imagination connects these ideas with lived reality. Ubuntu reminds us that a person is a person through others, and Mill's sociological imagination, it reminds us that personal experiences like maternal absence are never just personal. They're shaped by systematic forces, poverty, policy, and gender displacement. Together, these frameworks allow me to think with care, with history, and with presence, and to understand motherhood is not just a role, but a lived practice of survival and connection. And the methodological reflections that one has is that the study is a autoethnography or uses autoethnography as a methodological tool, which I understand not just as a method, but also as a memory work and reimagination. Autoethnography allows me to draw on my own experiences to start with the personal and connect it to broader social and cultural patterns. It sits at the intersection of the personal and the political. For me, this means that my life is not only data, but also language, it is also archive, and it is also theory. I use a mix of tools, including womanist storytelling, poetic inquiry, and media analysis, where I use also letters, photos, poetry, interviews with other four daughters. So I have different steps that I do. I begin with myself, my own letters, journals, poetry, and family photographs. I return to my conversations. I've had, and then I have 4 conversations or conversations with my biological mother to ask her what happened. But also I have conversations with my paternal and maternal grandmothers, the other woman that raised me, and my maternal aunt. These conversations revealed the unspoken dynamics of care, responsibility, and loss and unconditional love. And then in the project, I also then I spoke with 4 other women from Soweto, all whom were raised without their biological mothers, but were mothered by others in the family. These women became the heart of this research as well. Through our conversations, we reflected on what it meant to be cared for by other women and how that care shaped their sense of self and also motherhood. They spoke about longing, silence, anger, forgiveness, and deep love. Some had reconnected with their biological mothers, others had not. Others still carry the weight of absence. What connected them was this: they were all mothered, sometimes beautifully, sometimes unevenly, by women who were not their biological mothers. Some had good experiences with other women who raised them, others, there still was a void. And then I turned to South African media, two television shows, specifically Kumbulekaya and Abundant. These shows, they explore the emotional journeys of children and adults searching for parents, often mothers who were absent for decades, or fathers as well, or family members. But particularly for this, for me, I look at mothers. I initially wanted to interview the mothers of my participants, but all 4 daughters indicated that those relationships are still fragile and not ready for public conversation. And hence, as a researcher, you find ways around, ensuring that there is mutual respect for others in the conversation. In response, I turned to media as a cultural text, a public archive of private longing. These shows revealed how absence is narrated in the public sphere. They also reflect the complexity of reunion, the hope, but also the trauma. And importantly, they often show the role that other mothers played in a child's life while the biological mother was away. One of the core ideas I explore is social mothering, and that is care offered by women who are not the child's biological mother, but who raise, nurture, and emotionally support the child. In Black families, particularly matrifocal ones, social mothering is not a new concept. It is a historical and cultural practice that emerges from communal living economic necessities, and relational ethics. It recalls, Patricia Hill Collins calls this other mothering a survival strategy, but also a political stance. Scholars like Ifeoma Amadiome reminds us that motherhood in African thought is not about biology, it is about who shows up to the labor of love. So social mothering is not a replacement, it is not a plan B, it is a valid, full expression of care rooted in African feminist, womanist ethics, survival, and love. And in many Black township families, motherhood is not tied to biology. It is fluid, it is shared, it is carried in hands that often go unnamed, but never unnoticed. Through this work, I therefore hope, or through this chapter as well, I hope to reimagine Black motherhood not as broken, but as adaptive, enduring, and full of care. I try to honor the women who mother even when they are not recognized, the ones who space, raise children with wisdom and strength, even when those children are not biologically their own. The mothers we inherit may not all come from the womb, but their presence is real, their impact is lasting, and their stories deserve to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Soko, for that presentation. And then now we're having the last presentation for this session, and it's titled Negotiating Feminist Identity, a Phenomenological Study of Young Nigerian Women. And Esther Ahi Tuame from the University of Missouri. Thank you so much for coming. And after her session, we're going to take question and answer for the entire presentation. That's after Esther's presentation. Esther,
Yes, thank you. All right. Hi everyone, my name is Esther Aketwane. I am a third year PhD candidate at the University of Missouri. Today I'm going to be talking about African feminism, Lego feminism, which is a subset of African feminism, and looking at how young women in Nigeria navigate and negotiate their feminist identity. So this is a phenomenological study. I gathered data some time ago for this, but I am still doing the initial coding and all of the findings. So it's not a complete study yet, so I'm happy to. All right, so quick introductory points. Feminism is a concept that has encountered lots of resistance from African societies, mostly because the Western concept of feminism has strong misalignment with the African culture. So one of those strong misalignments is the portrayal of African women as people in bondage who need liberation, and African women countering that and saying no, our form of feminism is different because of context, our culture. So we are not in bondage, we are able to navigate these things, we are resilient. And so because we don't do feminism the same way you do, it does not mean that we're not doing it right. So Eurocentric views of feminism often fail to capture the complexities of gender dynamics in non-Western societies. And so this is problematic because it narrows the experiences of African women and culture, and then promotes the transferability of the Western understanding of feminism to the African context. For many people who are probably still active on African Twitter, Nigerian Twitter, the moment you come out and say I'm a feminist, you're going to get dragged, right? Because there's this notion that feminism is going to erode cultural values and they don't want it. Because the idea of feminism that they have is from the West, which is more of an individualistic culture. And so African feminism is more about, okay, it's a communal culture, we're all together in this. We are not saying men are the problem, okay, we're not trying to fight them, we're actually trying to come together and work on this as a team. And so one thing I wanted to highlight is that the use of Afrocentric methodologies is very intentional because there is a tendency to want to study Africans in comparison with the West, but like Bosingie says, Africans are Africans full stop. It's fine if you want to do comparative studies, but it's essential that you study people based on their context, not because you want to compare them. And so it's very essential that we have more studies like this. Asante and Hanchi 2021 say, regardless of whether the West is paying attention, African knowledge systems are constantly teaching us something. So this work that we do is important and it's essential that we keep including this into it. So very quickly on African feminism, like I said earlier, context is central to how Africans navigate communication. Africa is a broad continent. I'm from Nigeria, and Nigeria has more than 250 ethnicities. And that is one country alone in Nigeria. And those ethnicities have different languages and cultures and the way they do things. So it is very impossible to have a monolithic concept of feminism in Africa when the people are, very different. So it's essential that we approach it contextually because it's varies in different ways. And then legal feminism is a framework for African feminism. Imperial 2016 projects that this framework will be readily acceptable by many African women who have grown up in societies that uphold similar values since it resonates with their cultural understanding of the world. So legal feminism is the feminism of negotiation, where it's more of complementarity. And so you're saying, okay, let's negotiate, let's work together. So we're working alongside the men. And so not every African feminist likes this approach because it feels like, why do we have to negotiate? But it seems that this is something that is more acceptable for many African women because then and men as well, because then you're not placing the men as the villain, but also looking for ways we can work together instead of working as rivals. I practiced this presentation because I didn't want to go over 10 minutes, so I'm going to be careful not to do that. But very quickly, on my methodology, I used a phenomenological approach. I interviewed 19 young Nigerian women between the ages of 19 and 35. Although I've been asked if I consider 35 young, I think 35-year-olds are young, but yes. So one thing which I might consider a bit of a limitation is that all my participants were educated. The least educated person has an OND, and so it doesn't capture diverse views as I would want it to. But yes, I got a lot of content from this. Semi-structured interviews were conducted via Zoom because I conducted it here, and so I had to talk to people in Nigeria, and then a thematic analysis was utilized. The research question I asked for this study is how do young women in Nigeria engage with feminist identity and discourse? I've also been asked why I chose to focus on young women, and it's because I wanted to include some elements of intergenerational feminism. We tend to talk more about young women in feminist research and not include their voices. And so this is a way for them to participate because feminism has changed over the years and we want them, we don't just want to talk about them, we also want to include their voices in research. So like I said, I'm still coding, but these are some of the preliminary findings. So firstly, participants were concerned about the negative portrayal of feminism and expressed annoyance with how feminist issues were being discussed. So participants shared concerns about how feminists are often stereotyped as rebellious, anti-marriage, and if you know the African society, it's very big on marriage, or troublemakers, often because of misrepresentation by fake feminists. So the people they call fake feminists are people who don't portray feminism correctly in the African way. And so despite this negative portrayal, women try to carefully balance their advocacy with societal expectations, strategically choosing when and how to express their beliefs to avoid backlash. So that's a form of negotiation where they decide, okay, I'm going to be outspoken about this, and then there's some issues where they're like, okay, let me not say something now. So there's a lot of negotiations going on. So this highlights the resilience and adaptability women demonstrate in asserting their feminist identities while managing the cultural implications tied to public perceptions. So again, African women are not in bondage. They have the resilience and adaptability to navigate this thing. They just do it differently. So in navigating their feminist identities, participants revealed how cultural values deeply influence their engagement with feminist ideas, particularly online. Many describe their approach as a form of negotiation, adopting subtle strategies to express feminist beliefs while trying to avoid the social backlash that often accompanies open advocacy. So in the next slides, I included some quotes that I was, compiling and tried to make a theme out of them.
The first one is feminist identity. So when I asked them if they are feminists, first of all, during recruitment, I did not include feminist language, so that it wouldn't dissuade people from joining, because some people were like, ah, I'm not a feminist, what am I going to say? So I just said, okay, I want to ask you questions about women empowerment, and let's just have a chat. And so when I asked them, are you a feminist? Many of them would say, well, I'm not a feminist, but it depends, right? If it's the kind of feminism I see online, I'm not a feminist. So we see Dube saying, I'm feminist in a sense, and I'm not feminist in a sense where it's misconstrued. And then the next person, Agni, says, well, she talks about the privileges that she gets from being a woman and how, men open doors for her. She gets flowers and chocolates, and then she wants to be pampered. So she doesn't want to be an independent woman. But the kind of feminism she's saying requires you to be independent, and that's not what she wants. And so she wouldn't be a feminist if that's the case. And then, so we see people saying, okay, to an extent I'm a feminist, to an extent I'm not. And so they are still kind of grappling with it, depending on what's needed for them. And then we see people complain about negative portrayals and misinterpretations. So someone says, if I see that you have feminists on your bio, then I think you're a mysterious person. So if you are always talking down on men, insulting men, talking about I don't take nonsense, that's your problem. It's not a feminism problem. You don't take nonsense, it's your nature. It has nothing to do with feminism. And so these are the people that they term fake feminists. And so these negative perceptions are things that they are grappling with and do not want to be associated with. And then we see people also negotiating vocality. So some are saying, yes, I want to post about it, but I also need to be very humble in how I talk about it, right? So because they see most feminists as disrespectful, so she said, if I see any of those traits in me, I make sure I work on it perfectly before I go online on social media, because they have to see it in me positively before they will be like, okay, let's follow her. After all, her lifestyle and everything is good. So this is you trying to make sure that you're humble enough so that people can listen to you, especially the men who don't see you as a radical feminist. So Canary says, I would not put it on my bio. Sometimes you need to go gently. I would not write it. But when you go through my timeline, you will see it. You will definitely see it. I don't need to openly declare something to show that this is what I am. Through my actions, you know that, this is my ideology, this is who I am. And so we see lots of people using implicit methodologies to show their feminist stance. And of course, there's marriage and feminism. Many people shy away from public advocacy because they want to get married. And if you are an African woman, I will speak again to Nigeria. If you grow up in Nigeria, you know that marriage is something, no matter, even if you get a PhD or you become the governor, if you're not married, there's a certain level of disrespect that you get. And so people say, well, I want to post about feminism, but I also don't want it to, affect my marriage. And so I don't want my future husband to think I will disrespect him. So, sometimes people are observing you on social media and they're like, this is probably who I want to be with. And by the time you're always posting about women's rights, it's like, will this woman respect me? Does she consider men the same way she considers women? So those are basically the main reasons, because I don't want to be misunderstood by people. That's why I would not post it. And I would not want people to think that I hate men and the issue is not with me. And then again, there are still some tensions with speaking of, but we also see people talking about the importance of vocality. So they are saying, well, there are women who are being abused, and if they see other women who come out and speak about their experiences, then they are most likely to know that they are not alone. And we also have Mama Kim, who says keeping quiet about it does not help. She wants to open a YouTube channel to share her experience with tough pregnancies. And she thinks that that's one way of helping people out. So many of them think that it's important to be vocal. They are just afraid because they do not want to be misinterpreted. And so in conclusion, this study contributes to our understanding of how Nigerian women navigate the intersection of feminism and culture. By exploring their experiences and perspectives, it highlights the resilience and adaptability of women in advocating for gender equity in a culturally complex environment. For many of these women, feminism is not a fixed or permanent identity. They selectively choose when and where to be feminist based on the situation or context.
This adaptability suggests that they see feminism as a tool to be used strategically, which is reflected in Naimeka's 2004 description of negro-feminism as knowing when, where, and how to detonate patriarchal minds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther. I was very interested. So it's time for questions. We want it to be very interactive, so please ask your questions. In this section, we've had very wonderful presentation around humanism, feminism, and of course, colonialism, its influence with gender roles. I'm coming to you first, Esther.
Okay.
Did you try to ask these women what do they understand feminism to be?
Yes, I did. So I asked them what they thought it was, and many of them, saw it as yes, it's a social movement where we need to. So they saw it as something that is used to help in the social context, but I didn't want it to interfere with family life. So they were always about yes, if there's something, there's a social issue, I'm going to be a feminist. But if you're going to be advising me how to cook for my husband, I'm not a feminist. So yeah, they try to make that distinction between what feminism means to them.
That's great. Thank you so much for that. Let's who has questions? I see Paul has a question. Feel free to let me know if you have a question. And second, I would like to ask you this question. From the women you interviewed, that's, should I say, absent, the daughters who had the mothers absent. There's this concept of motherless daughters, and now you're introducing a new concept, right? Which is like daughters who were raised like without their biological mother per se. Are there traits that you observed that are unique to those set of women? Do you want to talk about your research cover that?
I can't properly hear you. Please rephrase.
Okay, I said for the women you interviewed, that's the daughters whose biological mothers were absent, right? Are there traits, like unique traits that you observed that they embody?
Are the traits with the different daughters that I observed? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you not having like a biological mother? Like, are there traits, characters, features, something you observe unique to them, or it did not come up in you?
Well, with the four women, yes, each woman had their own unique story. Yes, there were traits that stood out, but there were different ones, and in how they harbored the anger, for instance. Because I came from a space where I was saying I had now started conversating with my mother, and they had not. They were so angry, Others, you could see it in their facial expressions, or how when a mention of the mother's name, they got teary or they got angry. And you could also see it because not that there's a relationship, but post the conversation, what they would post on their statuses and whatnot. So how they carry themselves, and they would even say how they carry themselves in relationships, how they carry themselves in their workplaces. And even one had Zamaguhla, her mom at the time, she was alive, but she was so angry that when I asked about what happens if your mom dies, and she said, I don't think I'd care. I am so much angry. I don't want this woman because of how her absence has really affected me. And unfortunately, the mother died, post the conversation. And she comes back to me and says, the worst that we talked about happened. But instead of her alienating herself from, the grief or taking care, or how us as people or as daughters would just make sure that you carry the funeral, she was fully immersed. She forgot about the anger that she had. She forgot about how her mother hurt her, but she became this little girl that yearned for her mother. So there are different nuances to things, how people carry themselves. Even with myself, it's like a roller coaster situation. 1 minute I'm okay, 1 minute I'm triggered, 1 minute I carry my mother wound into wherever I am. There's that guilt, there's that conversation, there's that story. So there are different traits that come up with different women, the anger, the resilience, the forgiveness, the issues around forgiveness, and stuff like that.
Thank you so much for that response. Anybody here has a question? Oh, Paul. I'm going to read out your question, Paul. Paul, your question is for Esther. And your question is, Esther, what are your thoughts as regards religion and feminist identity in a world where we now have varying complexities as to patriarchal attitudes towards women and opportunities they may encounter, spiritual interpretations regarding gender, as well as the issue of marginalization and exclusion in regards to feminist beliefs or maybe practices? It's a long one, but I'm sure.
That's a good question. So it actually came up during the interviews. Many people discussed their religious views and how it doesn't align with feminist values. And so we saw lots of people saying, well, for instance, I had lots of Christians saying, the Bible says the man is the head, and so I don't agree with feminism because they're trying to, make the woman the head as well. And so they spoke about accepting feminist values only if it does not counter their religious beliefs. And so maybe we were explaining and saying, it's not that I don't care about other women and I don't want the best for them, but I don't like when it's interrupting with my religious values and interrupting my family values. So if there's a way we can separate both where, okay, we want equity. So one thing that really came up during the research was people saying equality is not possible. But if you come to me with the concept of equity, then I'm going to listen to you. So we want equity in a way where we're not trying to take the men away from that head position, and we are also, doing things right the way our scripture tells us to. And so they were just trying to find that balance, which was a lot of negotiation as well. So I saw a lot of negotiation around different things, actually around religion and family planning.
Thank you so much. We have another question.
I see this. Sorry, I also see that there's Paul's question about social fathering. Can I answer?
Yes, go ahead.
Cool. I think one I have sat down and when I was thinking about the process of shaping my study. Of course, we've had social fathers. But the reason I chose not to center social fathering is because, particularly because of what this research focuses on. It focuses on matrifocal families, where caregiving is predominantly led by women. Yes, we have social fathers, whether they're uncles and grandfathers and whatnot, but particularly for the study, it was about women who were raised by their biological fathers, and not the biological mother. And if you've checked research that speaks about father absence, we do get the aspect of social fathers. And in this case as well, when you speak about absent mothers, we do get the concept of social mothers. So particularly for the study, genuinely I'm focusing on social mothers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silko. I see there's a question for Adidolapo. Can you read the question? Yeah, I can read it. So it says, thank you for your wonderful presentation. So I would like you to explore the positive impact of colonialism in relation to gender roles. However, in promoting gender equity and inclusion, as well as cultural and systemic distinction of gender differences and roles. Here I ask, is there a need to decolonize these Yoruba beliefs and culture in order to challenge patriarchal systems, traditional practices, as well as promoting cultural diversity?
Okay, yeah, thank you, Paul. That's a very interesting question. So, as regards the positivity or positive impact of colonialism, I know there might be or there should be, but with my readings, I didn't really see something on positive impact on gender roles, as much as it has reduced, their influence has reduced women to be less or subordinate to men. But on the question of decolonizing, I think this is where one of my readings will come into play. So from my readings on Tamale, even though she's an Uganda scholar, she has kind of like generalized African experiences, especially in relation to gender, and she has tried to find some similarities of African experiences in relation to gender and colonial influences. So for her, I think she kind of like argued that we cannot solve this problem without tracing the roots. So I think the concept of decolonizing might be impossible or be a long process to achieve. But for us to actually like achieve some sort of equality with men, we still have to like trace back the roots of what actually caused this, especially for Yoruba society that we has argued that they are not gendered. Our beliefs are not gendered, but colonial influences change the system. So I think if at all we want to like equalize ourselves with men or challenge the issues of patriarchy, we still need to trace the roots of what caused it. So in as much as there might be solutions or there might be equality later on, I felt we still need to like actually trace back the root causes of this event.
I have a question for you. I mean, patriarchy is different from one culture to the other, right? Patriarchy in Igbo culture is different from how patriarchy is in Yoruba culture. And as an Igbo woman, I think this is what we think, right? Or let me just say I think, right? That the Yoruba culture is very enduring, like it's very resilient. It plays like even with colonialism, right? It's still very distinct. For example, it's unique. Let me give an instance. In Yoruba culture, women still inherit properties from their fathers, right? In Igbo culture, that it will be difficult, right? So many levels of those, should I say, instances where women are empowered. And then I'm listening to your presentation talk about colonial influence. So I'm just thinking those areas of resistance. We say that a Yoruba Muslim man can marry a Christian woman and they can live off that. But what they have is the fact that they're Yoruba. If I used to say that Yoruba say you're first a Yoruba person before you are a Christian or anything. So I don't know. I feel like Yoruba culture is very enduring, like it's very resilient. So I'm just wondering, even though you want to talk about colonial influence, would that resilient part of it will it show up in the research in any ways?
Yeah, I think the resilience should kind of like shows in the research. And I felt this resilience obviously kind of like shows how or kind of like supports the argument that these beliefs were not gendered in the first place. So I think the resilience aspect is actually like very important to look into, and it's my kind of like support the idea that there was no gender roles, like Yoruba system was no gender based, and there has been some sort of equalities. And I think you made an example of you mentioned something I forgot, sorry, but you said some sort of women how we inherit properties,
yes,
yeah.
properties.
So I think that kind of still shows that before the introduction of maybe commercializations of land, our forefathers has kind of like don't care about what gender you carry or what genetics you carry. They kind of like equalized some sort of
and even the practices, we still have the in the present where women are in charge of markets.
I think the questions of the is even very interesting because for women, for Oyeronke Oyewumi, has kind of like dwells on the misinterpretations of Iyaloja and Iyalode, that these terms were not feminine. It was something that was introduced by the scholars or that were something like developed by the scholars to be a women's role. So for her, she kind of like traced the pre-colonial system to men being some sort of Edioja, like they control the markets, and same roles go to Yaloja. So whether women or men can actually occupy these positions. So for her, there was no sort of gender disparity in this Yaloja occupations. It's just like some social roles that men and women can take.
Sorry, Agnes. Thank you. So one of the things that kept coming up while you were talking
Sorry, I
was
just need to speak up so we can know.
okay. One of the things that kept coming up when she was speaking was how your two the two topics are kind of contradicting. And I'm also a feminist scholar, so I struggle with how some African scholars and activists keep hating on feminism as a concept. Because at its basic understanding of what feminism is, it is a concept fighting sex exploitation. Basic, really, you know, sexism, which is very prevalent in our cultures. And also, so I think as young scholars, we kind of need to recognize what the challenges or the limitations within our elder scholars' works. You know, I appreciate Dr. Omoniyi and I cite her, but some of her work is very problematic. And because I think many times radical feminists like I am, you know, the one that men would think I hate them, we have to set boundaries on what sexism and sex exploitation is, especially if we are still navigating the abuse of women in Africa and many parts of the world. And I think as we write, again, I'm speaking as a young scholar, we have to challenge some of our people who have gone ahead of us, say, this is not working. This is not working. And maybe there's a reason why. Why should we keep enabling abuse and violence against women? Because we are trying to fit into our cultural practices. There's nothing fun about a Ugandan woman kneeling for a man younger than me because it's culture. I'm not doing that, but it's culture. I will not feed you when you have two hands and you can feed yourself. I'm not, and this is me, and I know so many other people. I'll be like, just because I am married, which I'm not, does not mean that I have to cater for an adult who has the exact set, has feet, hands, and can think. I think those are very basic practices, you know, and we tend to protect culture, African culture, because we want to fit in. And it's okay as a radical feminist, proudly I am, any people don't want to be, I don't care, to say that I will not tolerate this, no, this, because it is not okay. It is still embedded in women exploitation and abuse and violence. So when we engage with the colonial frameworks, yes, I also deal with transnational and decolonial work, but I think bell hooks, again, we might say this is because she was a Western feminist. The basic interpretation of what feminism is equity, gender equity, and I want to understand what gender equity really means. You know, if it is not decentering patriarchal control and domination over women. Yeah, I think we need to have strong boundaries and practices within that. That's where I am. Sorry.
I want to add one more comment to this young scholar. Sorry, I don't know your name.
Yes.
But what I felt from your participant responses is that there is a pattern of fear. Like they feel that they want to fight patriarchy, but at the same time they don't want to reveal themselves as feminists because of how much feminist concept or as the word is there's a lot of misconception about it and misjudged in a way. So I was wondering whether you took that into account and whether you want to show how that's, let's say, collective societies, collective culture that we have in Africa that let people not really wanting to repeat themselves as some type of advocacy they're doing there, but they want it to be very minimal. They don't want to write it on their bios as feminists because they don't want to be seen as radical baby feminist or as someone who's fighting and not wanting to be, trying to cancel one from let's say society. So I wanted to know whether you thought about that and whether you see that feminism to many of the participants you talk to, even though they are highly educated, I saw that some of your participants have PhDs, masters, which is, and the latest was bachelor's, right?
Yeah.
So I want to know whether they have a misconception of what really feminism means, even in Western context. Of course, we take the cultural context as well in our country, the intersectionality of it, of being of different religions, being of different cultural background, ethnic background, which all comes together when we try to interpret that term in our culture as well. But whether you think that your participant has a misconception of that concept as a whole, especially the Western.
Yeah, this point is a great question. So firstly, it's a phenomenological study, which means trying to gauge their experiences and asking them about their experiences. And what I found is that negotiation factor that they all talk about. And so what you said about the feminist claiming the feminist identity was manifested throughout the study, even with recruiting participants. So like I said, I didn't say it was a feminist study so I could get participants, right? So I thought, okay, we're going to talk about female empowerment and what you think about it. And they were like, okay, I'm going to talk. And then at the beginning, I asked them if they were feminists, and many of them said no. But it got to a point where they were saying, well, sometimes I'm a feminist. And then when I started asking them about their experiences, we were talking about the oppressions they face and how, they hope that things will change. And then you see them, it felt like while speaking and talking about their experiences, they started to see that, well, I also should, do something about it. And so that's where they started talking about, well, sometimes I'm feminist, sometimes I'm not. It's really manifested in different ways. The fear of claiming that identity, again, because, so for many of them, again, when I asked them about their feminist stance, they kept talking about fake feminists and how they were, bitter and had bad attitudes and were just blaming it on feminism. And so that came up. So they mostly spoke about the misconceptions of feminism. And when I asked them what feminism really meant, they spoke about, gender equity and things like that. Like they knew what feminism was, but they said they did not want to claim feminism because most people felt that feminism was that wrong one. And so if they would come out and say, I'm a feminist, then other people would think that's the kind of feminist they are. But the funny thing is that almost everyone I spoke to spoke about how other people were fake feminists and they knew the right definition, but then they would not come out and claim feminism because they did not want to be associated with that. And
Did you ask them what is fake feminism?
so people who hate men. Yes. Yeah, definition, you might be one.
So are those people fake feminists or so the question is, are they saying that those people are not real feminists?
Yes. So
or are they saying that people are misrepresenting what feminism is? That's the question.
Yeah,
The fakeness of it can use some elaboration.
Okay, yes, good. So they were saying that people who are misrepresenting feminism, and by misrepresenting based on what they think feminism is, anyone who goes outside of that is misrepresenting it and therefore is a fake feminist. And so they were the real feminists because they were respectful, they cared about men too, and they were not haters. and anybody who is misrepresenting it is a fake feminist. I care about them. But then what you were saying about Pindi, I think Gloria Pindi and Ziba, she is also a feminist writer. She spoke about how African feminism has dwelt so much on countering Western feminism that we are not building a strong theoretical framework for ourselves. And so you need to shift out of that and then start to build, something that works for Africans.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Thanks for those comments on Esther's presentation, because I think it's very important. And one question about I want to bring it back to some of the method and the research, since to make it more of the workshop quality, but I wasn't clear exactly necessarily who the women were or from what region. I didn't know, maybe I missed it, but that's an important, it's interesting in the context of Adedolapo's presentation and mentioning so much and Chibuzor's question or emphasis on the Yoruba characteristics of those notions. So by saying Nigerian women, it's not exactly clear what that means vis-a-vis, say, Yoruba women. So that's just a little bit of a question about the method and the presentation of the methods, but like everyone else, I think that tension between whether people are, on one hand, people are saying, I'm afraid that people are going to say this. So it seems like they believe one thing, but they don't do something because of external social moves.
Yes.
But there is also this other thing, which I think people also commented on, which is people have internalized certain notions that on your own, they would say are a kind of colonial mentality, like Christianity, right? So all that notion that all the Christian ideology that they're spouting about how they have to be subservient in some way and serve, that's also seems to be internalized. So that could be a tension to explore when you're analyzing the material. For Adedolapo, I think one thing I didn't really get a good sense for is what you plan to do for your research. So you told us a lot about what lots of people think and people who've written before, and that's important, but how you do this very difficult thing of finding out what traditional Yoruba gender anything is, because you can know what people think tradition is now, but to know anything about the past, so that's a question. Like, is it people's conceptions of the traditional now, or will you try to do a more historical thing, which is to try to find out how people constructed gender in the past? And if it's the latter, because I know you're a historian, then the question is, how would you do that? So that's a question for you. For Lesego, I had also a question, and I wanted to bring her back too, because I think, to me, the research you've described is very, what's the word I'm looking for? It's an example, it's exemplary. That's what I think it's exemplary in the way of taking some kind of pathologization. I'm a psychologist, so the way, and I know you have some interaction with psychologists, so the way of portraying good childhood or good emotion or good relationality in the sort of white stream center of the field, you're challenging that by bringing in this experience that people would pathologize, and you're showing some of the strengths associated with that. I wonder if you would do what some scholars call like turning the lens, if you had to talk about how your research could inform notions of the kind of hegemonic notions of what is good relationality. By that I mean, what do we learn about relationality in general? And what do we learn about the pathologies of the thing that the hegemonic center is holding up as an ideal? What is it? What do we see about the pathologies, potential pathologies? Or maybe you don't even want to do that, but what are some blind spots in the white stream hegemonic discourse about relationality, love, attachment, and related theories? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dube. Do you have any? Do you want to ask? Do you have any questions?
Okay,
clarity. Yeah.
thank you, Prof. I appreciate the question. So, like, my research is dwelling on indigenous beliefs in Yoruba society. So, I'll be conducting a research on some of our historical events that are still in practices. So, with doing that, I'll kind of like pay attention to some obvious evidences of this equality that scholars have been talking about, maybe in terms of gods or some sort of supernatural powers that are still in existence. Like I'm trying to like pay attention to how these gods are being revered or how things have changed. So I think by paying attention to some aspects like that, I can get some sort of, are the scholars right? What's this one saying? So there could be some sort of comparative analysis with what scholars are saying and with what I'm seeing or with what I'm hearing from people that are practicing these events or something that they have gained from their um, generational practices. And also, for my research, I'm going to be doing a lot of oral interviews with some religious leaders because some of these scholars that has been claiming that there is equality and all, they have kind of like been paying attention to some religious practices that shows that women are occupying some superior spaces or they are doing some sort of spiritual activities. So I think paying attention to what was in existence and what has changed and what other authors or scholars are saying. Like, I think I was trying to look at the work of Bolaji Dube, which was published in 1963. So that was like 3 years after publication. So things like doing some sort of comparative analysis with my own, what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing, or what I'm seeing, what I'm thinking, or what people are saying will actually like help my own
So much. Esoko, are you still there? Do you have a question?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much for that question. I think my research or this research does invite us to tend the lens, and not to only pathologize, maternal absence as an automatic, rupture, but to ask what emerges in its place. And as a sociologist, but who has engaged with many psychologists and psychology work, is that one has been seeing that even with the psychological models, especially attachment theory, absence is often read as trauma. It's read as loss, as development failure, for instance. But with this research in matrifocal Black families, absence would not always mean abandonment, and love doesn't only flow in one direction or through one person. And what I've witnessed as an individual in my own life and in the stories of the other daughters, is that attachment becomes distributed and that the whole story is complex. But it is relational, it is deep, it is rich, and maybe its complexities we must bring out the nuances. And I always say that we don't exist as emotional deserts. We are often shaped by our grandmothers, our mothers, our aunts, our stepmothers, and the women in the church. But it is often that we are often asked about our mothers, like, how does a mother abandon you? What happened? Who's the, why? What went wrong? And at times I find myself, instead of asking those questions, maybe we should ask who stepped in, what kind of love held me, what does care look like? And not all these questions of saying, but you had it good, but you don't have a mother, because that's always that comes out. It's like, okay, you guys, these are successful 4 women, like they have had a good life where they are graduates, others are business owners, but the question that is always asked is about the absent mother. You know, oh shame, you don't have a mother. So the pathology always exists, and I think this research tries to break those boundaries. It tries to look into the pathology to say we must rethink and restructure the pathology that we often get. Thank you.
So much, yeah.
Yeah, I have two quick questions. But all the presentations were very good. I was very impressed. I have one question for Lesego, and this has come out in other studies about the element of compensation. We talked about the complexities, right, of these nuances. But I'm interested in, did you see element of compensation or what we call mythological mother or father, right, where you didn't have one, so when you become one, you compensate for what you didn't have. So I'm interested in that element when it came out of your study, because other studies that have dealt with the absent fathers, that has come out. And then the last question I have is for Esther. It's more of methodology, and adding on what Jane had raised. What are the reasons justification for you going for the younger women as opposed to a mixed kind of age range, and whether that might have ended up or might end up being a limitation of your study findings, because you have a specific group that might give you different results as opposed to if you had a mixed range in terms of women of different ages.
Yeah. So before you respond, just a minute, we have about 5 minutes left, and after that it's going to be lunch, and there's food, there's drinks, there's not yet. Okay. I would like to get all the questions so that the presenter just gives like a final wrap up so that we respect kind of the time. So please don't forget the question he asked. Anybody online, any question? Thank you so much for your interaction online. Anybody online with any question or comment, you could either put it in the chat.
Yeah, I have a question for Hugo about academic rigor. I noticed that a lot of your references were to personal experience, and I was wondering how you were going to remain as objective as possible and maintain some academic rigor there. And then question for you about scale. So I know that you're dealing with the Yoruba as a whole, and you're looking for influences. Are you generalizing a colonial influence, or are you looking into more specific, like I do a lot of research on the influence of certain missionaries on the Pop people in Kenya, and I look at, well, this is how the Catholics did it, this is how the Anglicans did it, and it does become a little bit more granular and have really distinct smaller scale influences. So I was curious how you were dealing with scale in that way.
Any other question? Because we're going to wrap up with their final comments. If in the absence of any, okay, I see some questions from Paul, so you can read them.
Oh, he's just making a statement.
Oh, it's a statement. Okay, so who wants to go first? Does somebody want to go first, and then we come to
Okay, it's very difficult hearing the room, guys. I think I so wish I was there with you face to face. Now I understand the importance of face to face conversations. But I'm not sure if I captured the question properly, but I heard something about compensation, the element of compensation.
Correct.
Okay. And
academic rigor.
Sorry?
Mine was compensation and hers was academic.
Yeah, so yeah, compensation and academic rigor.
And academic rigor.
Yes. So she's like, do you want to? I don't want to.
Yes, I was just asking how you were going to remain somewhat objective, since you're using your experience a lot in your research. So it was an academic rigor question.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I think with the element of compensation, personally, I don't see the care that happens in these families as compensation. This would imply that something is missing or being patched over. And what I've found is that this care is continuity. it's part of a long-standing way that, you know, Black families have always mothered collectively, and the women who raise us aren't feeling in, they're holding and continuing a lineage of care that is deeply intentional, for instance, and that is relational, and that something that we know. Because if you check history of Black people, you'll find that social parenting or collective motherhood has always been a thing. It doesn't just come now. And then the academic, Rick, I think it's one conversation we are always grappling with. One, maybe because the study is auto-ethnographic, I stand a whole chance of always of writing from the self and being allowed to write from the self. However, there are blurred lines, you know, where one would not be able to be objective. Yes, at some point I do write as me as the participant, but also I come back and become the researcher. However, in the work that we are trying to do, which is more decolonial, which is more personal, which is more also looking at the social aspect of things, is to just merge the two. Often academia has often asked us to write from an objective lens and to dismiss the subjective voice, or to dismiss our voices. And I think it's the study that brings in that tries to merge the two, to not be too personal, but also to hence I try to also involve the four other women. It's not just me, but there are other participants who have similar experiences, you know, so that research aspect or that academic aspect comes in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One minute from both of you. Yeah. Okay. So concerning the questions of skill, in history, kind of like pay attention to period, time. So I'm trying to like pay attention to what was in existence in the past and what colonial influences are. But as much as I'm trying to like pay attention to these sites, there's no how I'm not going to like pay attention to some contemporaries influences. First, some of the contemporary influences they kind of like boils down to colonial influences. For example, I made an analysis of colonial education. So it's still like a continual process, even though this region has been decolonized in 1960, but there are still some sort of neocolonialism and re-emulating or like practicing the colonial practices, or still like, for example, we only kind of like make an argument of how African scholars keep tracing to colonial influences of education, especially analysis of how Yoruba translations or some terms has been translated to what it does not originally meant. So as much as I'm trying to pay attention to what was in existence in the past, what is happening now, or what colonialism has done, I will also like pay some attention to what is happening, what are the contemporaries obvious differences.
So very quickly, in terms of the methodology, it's based off intergenerational feminism, where feminists or authors in that area are complaining about young women being spoken for and their voices not being included in research. And so some of them say that young women who are feminists are seen as apathetic. And so it's just the idea where I'm trying to incorporate their voices so we can actually have intentional dialogue from both places. So intergenerational feminist dialogue. And so by including young women and focusing on them, because we already have lots of research on older women. So focusing on them would, give us that avenue to have that dialogue where all voices are included.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of this session. It's now time for lunch. Thank you everyone for your comments.
Greeting everybody and welcome in the afternoon session. We will have 4 presenters. Please greeting to our graduate students IFI, and we will follow the following. So 10 minutes every presenter, 10 to 12 minutes every presenter. I will notify you when it's halfway, and we will leave the questions towards the end. Okay, thank you. So the floor is yours. Maya.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is AFA. I'm from Egypt, and my work is titled "Does the Man's Power: Legal Injustice and Femicide in Egypt from an Insider Perspective?"
Maybe take a little.
Okay.
The mic is up there, so.
Okay, so my research focus is intimate partner violence in Egypt, and I approach my work knowing for sure that intimate partner violence is a global issue, and as for today, no country can say we successfully ended or prevented IUV in our nation. But the case for Egypt is quite unique because intimate partner violence in Egypt is considered a private matter. It's not only justified by religion, but it's also completely ignored by law. So what I'm doing in my study is trying to examine how legal loopholes, patriarchal interpretations, and media narratives work together to normalize violence against women in Egypt. So I follow a qualitative approach in my research. I start by doing textual analysis and then media content analysis, and finally I follow the case study approach. So I analyze the legal text of the Egyptian Penal Code and family laws in Egypt, and then I examine the religious text, more specifically one verse in Quran that is the most debated when they talk about intimate partner violence because it justifies this violence under physical discipline. They sugarcoat it instead of saying keeping your wife, they call it physical discipline. So my investigation is to examine how the legal and religious language are used to sustain and normalize the systemic gender-based violence. And after that, I collect and analyze the Egyptian local news articles that reported on intimate partner violence or even femicide in Egypt. And then I select specific detailed cases that had the more coverage so I can tell a story, the story of the victims that actually were exposed or they suffered from this kind of violence. I approach my study, my positionality is that I approach this study through an insider feminist lens. And sorry. I'm sorry, it's very stressful to talk. Okay. Okay. And my positionality is not just to express my opinion as it's not only that I am an insider. Of course, my analysis is informed by the lived experience and the cultural knowledge of being Egyptian, but also I approach this study from a religious aspect. Even though I'm not a religious person, I approach it from a religious aspect to talk to people in a language that they speak. Because if I approach my study from a secular perspective, from a feminist or Western perspective, it will be completely ignored. They wouldn't listen. They would consider it an attack on the religion itself, other than the violence that is a result of the religion or the patriarchal readings of the religion. I only have one research question. What role do legal frameworks, media narratives, and religious interpretations play in sustaining or challenging IUV in Egypt? And why this study matters? First, because there is a recent increase in cases of violence against women, and unfortunately, they continue to go unaddressed, both in legal and social discussions. one of my findings was that the severity of the crimes committed against women is increasing, while at the same time the judicial rulings or the court verdicts in these cases is getting more lenient. So another concern I have is that the court rulings are sending a troubling message to younger generations that abuse is not only accepted but also excusable. So in chapter 1, okay, I'll do it very quickly. In chapter 1, a license to kill legal femicide in Egypt, I focus on Article 60 of the Egyptian Penal Code as the first factor of enabling this violence and also shielding male offenders from justice. I tell the stories of the victims and I analyze and discuss the judicial rulings in each case. Following that, in chapter 2, legal support or legal bias, I focus on divorce laws, more specifically Khula law, which is supposed to be fault divorce, which they introduced as the greatest feminist achievement or greatest milestone in Egypt's modern history, which is not true. And that's why I discuss this, and I discuss how it's an illusion of progress and it doesn't benefit women in any way or shape or form. And after that, I discussed the legal exclusion of Christian women from divorce. They are completely excluded. They don't have any means to file for a divorce in court. And finally, I discussed the societal stigma of divorce in Egypt to show how the system doesn't only work against women, it also traps them within abusive marriages. In chapter 3, I try to talk about this sacred violence. Why is the violence or these patriarchal readings of the Quranic text sacred and we can't touch them and we can't discuss them? And I analyze by doing that, I try to shape the very religious foundation of this violence and try to advocate for the removal of Article 60 from the Egyptian law. And then I highlight the price that women pay by telling the story of the women who lost their lives, not because they were murdered, but because they were beaten to death on the hands of their husbands because religious men told them that it's okay to beat your wife. It's your religious right and legal right to do so. And finally, my contribution is a reinterpretation that is rooted not in feminist studies and not in Western or gender equality, but in Islamic justice, because this is the language they speak. So finally, what I'm trying to do is confronting the legal and ideological foundations of this violence and call for a just interpretation of the religious text. If we're gonna mix religion with the laws, then we have to have a just interpretation. And finally, I'm hoping to advocate for the removal of Article 60 that enables this violence in the first place. Thank you.
So we will leave the questions until the end. So we have to deliver the presentations. Right now, we move to the second presenter. Oh, yeah.
Yes, I do. Thank you. So I just want to go to my email. I think I already logged into this.
This is I've changed the computer.
Okay.
We can take our time. That would have meant.
I just like to do. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to go to KU email. KU.
Yeah, just type in. Oh, go to KU.
KU.
not done.
Did you put the clock? Did you put the clock? Yeah, they held the paper. Maybe we will we'll put a red clock on the computer so we can count down.
I'm sure you can see.
I saw her part. I mean, you're seeing everything you're doing on the
You're okay. Cordy is going to ask you the hardest question.
I know.
He's going to ask you whether it's real or AI.
Are you sure we don't have any emails you don't want us seeing?
Whether it's real or AI.
I have a question.
Oh, no. Don't start.
I already have a question. Is the presentation real or AI?
So now just go back to Zoom and share.
Do I download?
No, just, I think you should be fine because you can share from the webpage, right?
Let me see so that I don't
Oh, I don't see this one.
I cannot see it. I need you. Do you have that thing where I can control the slides? Because I will need to show some slides.
You can continue from there. Just stay right there.
Yeah, they wanted. Yeah.
Is it not sharing?
It's saying you're sharing.
Okay, can you see it now? Okay, then we're good. We did.
So
this one is something that will help me.
It's sharing.
Okay, but it's not. It's not here. That's what she says. She says this one you can put it on the slide so that I can.
Okay, I'm gonna not risk it.
You put that thing there and then you can just put it on the alright? You just click on it. You want to download it.
I don't want to download.
Okay.
Right, that is shared.
Yeah.
Okay. You good?
So, welcome Emmanuel. We have 10 minutes. 10 questions. We get all the lights show.
Thank you very much. So my name is Nokuthela. I am from the history department and I'm kind of in the second year. I am working on cross-border education in Southern Africa, focusing on minorities. So the reason why I'm doing this study is simply because when you're talking about education, we're also talking about women. We have women in education. So that's why I'm doing it. But for this particular one, I'm bringing it as a publication. So this is a draft that is already there for purposes of publication. Right. So let's get started. What are the keywords? The keywords are that phrase that we have there, just not enough women. Right. So that statement is a little controversial because if you look at the statistics, the gender statistics in Zimbabwe, we have 52 women, 52% of women, and then 48% of men. So why are you saying? Why would anybody say we don't have enough women to be ministers? So what is happening here? So maybe we can have a situation where we have more women in the country. We have more women that are also very qualified in the country, but they are not in ZANU-PF. So if they are not in ZANU-PF, why are they not in ZANU-PF? So this is where the dynamics of gender marginalization come in. So this is the second key term that I already used. And then we also have another key term, Robert Mngadi. Robert Mngadi is an interesting personality. He is highly polarizing. He's loved and hated in Zimbabwe, but he is very much loved in Africa. He's loved by, he's understood from the East, countries like Russia, China, they understand him, but he's very much hated in the West, America, Britain, and we don't like that. Okay. So let's look at the methodology that I use for this study. So the methodology that I use for this study is called, this is a ethnographic study. So ethnographic study, so it's ethnography. By ethnography, I mean this is digital ethnography. So I'll be, oh yeah, that's a good way. So I'll be focusing on online media. So we have local and international newspapers, we have radio, we have TV interviews, and we have biographies that are online, and we also have published sources away from the ethnography. We also have published sources, and then I'm going to be using a theory of gender oppression school of historical analysis. So I have to make a concession as I'm going. The concession is that there's a lot of literature that has been published about women in politics, and then there are lots and lots of other studies that say women have been marginalized. But why am I coming in? I'm coming in to say, why have they been marginalized? Let's look at the personalities. Let's look at the background of the leaders. So we are focusing on patriarchy. And then if we're focusing on the patriarchy of the leaders, and in this context, I'm talking about Robert Mugabe, right? So Robert Mugabe was born in 1921, and he was born to Matibili and Bona, right? So these are his parents, and then so his father left him to go and look for work in Bulawayo when he was 9 years old. So that was around 19, yeah, when he was 9 years old. So he became the man of the house. He became the man of the home. So which means that he was the one who was tending after gods. He was like repairing house roofs and other things, right? So that's Robert Mugabe. And then he had a strong influence from his mother, and he also had a strong influence from the Roman Catholic Church, right? So you find that Robert Mugabe he is somebody who is alone now when he's growing up. He's always by himself. He's studying alone. He's studying alone. He's playing alone. And then he's also somebody who adores his mother very much. He loves the mother. He listens to everything that the mother says. But he hates the sisters. He beats them up from time to time. And they even complain when he was president. So you say, what kind of individual is this? He loves the mother, but he hates the sisters. What is going on here? Right. So let's look at his life. In 1960, Robert joins politics. He joins politics in 1960, and then he joins politics, and you can see from that picture that you can see that was a male-dominated terrain. There were no women politicians, especially African women politicians in Rhodesia during that time. And He also, in 1970, he was arrested from 1963, 1964 until 1975, and then he joins the military struggle. So when he is in the military struggle now, Robert Mugabe has a reputation of, they called him a headmaster, because he was known to be a strict disciplinarian, right? And then you say, okay, why is he a headmaster? It's because of his attitude. And then during the liberation struggle, women were also participating, but we don't have the liberation struggle terminology being modeled around women. So it's called Vanamukoma, meaning the brothers, the males, but we don't have Anasisi during the liberation struggle, right? 1980, Robert Mugabe becomes the president of the country, right? And in 1980, you see from that picture that you can see, you see the first cabinet. So there were only 2 women there. That's Victoria Chitepo and Joyce Ujuru. And then the rest are men. I think there are 24 men versus 22 versus 2 women. So you say, what is happening here? But immediately after he got into power, he comes up with what we call a Ministry of Women Affairs and Community Development in 1980. He also comes up with the Legal Majority Act, which was a marriage law. And then he also comes up with a Maternal Causes Act, which allows people to acquire property. So Robert Mugabe is being presented as somebody who is pro-women, right? But he has been building up his systems. What is happening? But you also see that in his cabinet, you have fewer women, only 2. So what are you doing, Robert Mugabe? What is happening, right? And then in 1995, Robert Mugabe, so you have that woman who was called, she's still alive. She's called Margaret Dongo. So Margaret Dongo, she's expelled from ZANU-PF simply because she had insulted the men that were in ZANU-PF to say, you women, you are all wives of Mugabe. You men, we are all wives of Mugabe because you can't criticize him openly. So she's expelled. After she's expelled, she's beaten up. She escapes death 5 times, like assassination attempts by Mugabe's people, right? In 2004, Robert Mugabe, he appoints Joyce Njuru to be vice president. And then we say, what is happening? You are chasing other women from politics, but you are also appointing others to powerful political positions in the country. What is happening? So these are the contradictions that we find. And then we are saying, why is Robert Mugabe doing that? Right. And then in 2013, we had a new constitution that was the Lancaster House Constitution in 2013. And then this 2013 constitution, Mugabe was still present during that time. And then it's empowered women. It installed what we call the quota system. And the quota system has more women in parliament. But immediately after that, that's when Mugabe makes the statement to say, we have not enough women to be appointed as cabinet ministers. Right. So what is happening? You see. So you find that yeah, that's okay. You find that this was Robert Mugabe's approach, and you find that he only practiced what was political tokenism to appoint women simply because he wants to be seen as somebody who is in favor of women or of women empowerment. But he's also somebody who is against women because of the terminology that is used both at home and during the liberation struggle. He's also somebody who uses vituperative language against women. For example, the woman who called Margaret Dongo was called, he referred to him as a dog. And then he also relies on violence to marginalize and to silence women in politics. And then he also uses the media for character assassination. So what is the conclusion? What is my conclusion? So my conclusion is that Mugabe was not a feminist, but at the same time, you can't say Mugabe was somebody who was anti-women. So why do we have this? We have this because we are saying his background, he was bestowed with these patriarchal roles at a very young age. And then it was built in him. And when he went to war, he also faced that to say he was treated as Baba. It was a male-dominated affair, and that's why we have it. But Robert Mugabe also wants funding from the international community. That's why he's also being seen in some instances as somebody who is supporting women. That's my case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Job, Emmanuel.
Thank you, Manuel. So we will move to our next presenter.
Maybe he can't go home again.
Omar.
Well, he's gone. So.
Are you sure it's gone?
So my name is Amal.
Are you sure it's gone?
And this is like a proposal as a follow-up to an ongoing study that is under review, so which I presented here last year. Basically, I want to focus on how Nigerian Muslims who have experiences of gene possession, how they use faith-based support for feelings of well-being and stigma management. So, and in this kind of introduction, is gene possession is like when you have a kind of belief that some invisible beings possess you to the extent that they alter your behavior and cognitive balance. And when that happens, it leads to a lot of things like social isolation. You lack some kind of support of people who stigmatize against you because it's actually what the kind of behavior differs from how we should be behaving in society. So in the previous study that I did, we found basically that these people use faith-based support to manage their stigma and faith-based support like believing, relying on religious leaders, counseling, some religious practices to cope with their living experiences. And despite this kind of psychosocial symptoms that they feel, so like anxiety, insomnia, and they are depending on the situation, kind of possession belief that they undergo, it's kindly overlooked by biomedical frameworks and geocentric health research. That is why we are trying to come in from this perspective that we should have a kind of a non-geocentric voice that understands how these people feel. For this reason, I am interested in researching two objectives. The first one is to find out how this kind of faith-based support, like spiritual practice, healing practices, counseling by religious leaders, how they believe that it helps them to manage their stigma associated with their possession. Then the second part is to see how it's a kind of perception from there, how this kind of perception helps them to become well, to help them in their well-being and to even manage their stigma. And to understand this, we also need to talk about certain understanding of gene possession and how it's related to mental health conditions within the region of Islam that these people also practice. So it's basically a religious, culturally framed phenomenon that is definitely we cannot exclude culture and religion from this kind of belief as a kind of non-biomedical health condition that is most of the times linked to physical and mental health conditions. In this instance, it's actually different from how the biomedicine or biomedical framework frames this kind of gene possession. And most of the time when these people see that they have gone to clinics and they couldn't have the kind of cogent reason for their possession or their health issues, they try to link it up to supernatural forces. And in this instance, how do you diagnose this? Most of the time it's done through AmaGgirha, so which is one of the ways of diagnosing whether this person is possessed really or not. So we understand that from literature that we have under this study. Then the second part is that people also have a kind of spiritual attitudes related to mental health. At times, people will say that they are possessed, whereas they are not possessed. So the kind of relatedness to certain kind of attitude. At times, people, when they attribute mental illnesses to spiritual causes or spiritual causes, you talk about genes, talk about witchcraft, talk about divine punishment from God. So you talk about a lot of things. So, and this can actually intensify stigmatization from people that understand this phenomenon. And this kind of stigma appear in terms of public stigma, and this can lead to societal rejection, especially when you have people around you who understand that this what you are facing is actually different from
what the normal human being so to say to face. Then we also have self-stigma from that person trying to internalize that, okay, I have the kind of low self-esteem, I would be isolating myself, I would be drawing from people. They also lead to familiar stigma. That was what I found in my previous study, that we have people even within the family that will stigmatize against these individuals. We have that study, I found out that we have the husband of some women stigmatize against them, even the siblings even stigmatize against these individuals. And this stigma can actually discourage these individuals to seek clinical help at times. Some their issues at times are not strictly about possession, it can be possession at times, can be clinically established at times, and be a combination of the two. So, and we also found that for people to also manage this stigmatized identity, we have a kind of different kind of support. So, and the support is multi-layered. So multi-layered in the sense that we have emotional support, we have social networks, we have faith-based social system like religious practices and coping strategies that I found in the previous study. They relied on a lot of things that made them to at least while away to manage the stigma. So I will try to skip this conceptual framework. It's still work in progress. That's like the summary of what my work will look like. So I will skip it because of time. And the theoretical framework I want to use basically how to use social support and religious coping. So what it talks about here is that we have emotional, informational, and even practical resources that we can support these people with. And I want to apply it within how we use faith-based support to actually buffer mental health effects, because it's a kind of buffering hypothesis, which is what also support theory is talking about. Because of time, let me move to the second theory, which is religious coping theory. Here we are actually looking out for how what religious coping can either be positive coping, negative coping, in the sense that if it is positive, people will trust in God, people will see that, yeah, I've seen this as a challenge, that is a test of time, and then you can have a kind of community care and self-worth. So then I want to apply it in a way that we have adaptive religious coping and maladaptive. Adaptive in the sense that I want to look at how the positive part of the coping, why the second part is whether they have a kind of a negative coping strategy using religion. But religion at times can be used to either help you to manage crisis or even to go against management of that crisis. So I will quickly move to my proposed method. So it's almost similar to the method I used in my first study, which is Duta's culture-centered approach. So it's a kind of trying to understand that we need to understand the culture of people we are studying before you can actually study them. More or less like an advocate style of approach. Here, I want to focus basically on 3 concepts of this, but it has about 7 concepts. The first one is dialogue. So I want definitely, before I understand this people, I have to dialogue with them, despite the fact that my positionality is being a Nigerian Muslim who has lived with these people and understand how they live and everything about them. So I want to use them contextualizing their issues within the non-biomedical health perspective, which is actually excluded from health research and stuff like that. Then conceptualization is trying to conceptualize that framework within their understanding. Then it's definitely a semi-structured kind of in-depth interviews, and I'm a participant, Nigerian Muslims who are living with this kind of experience. And I want to try to have at least 10 to 20 interviewees. Though this kind of argument is not yet established, so I want to ensure that I attain saturation. So I can have less than 17. Like my first study, I had 14 interviews. So here I can have less close to 20 or less than 20 before I reach that saturation. And my recruitment method is proposed through my network of imams, of religious leaders, people I know within my network that have confided in me that they had this kind of experience, and even snowboarding, people will identify that, okay, who are those people who have this kind of experience. Then my data collection, first thing I will do is that a lot of people can say that I am possessed, but that would be kind of a scale that I will use to tell whether you are possessed or not. Then that would be where I will start with quadrics. So that's kind of pre-feed. So from there, that would be a kind of eligibility for them to say that I'm actually part of my study. So in my previous study, I observed that some people will say they are possessed, but after failing the questions, so they were excluded from the interviews. So then the face-to-face and online interviews will follow. So definitely, part I use WhatsApp, I use Telegram, I also use I think I use face-to-face approach to collect the data. That will compensate them definitely. Then my analysis, I will use Masquida is a qualitative software. Then I also had a kind of MS Word and Excel at least if there are questions after the presentation, I would love to answer that. Then stigmatization definitely is part of the analysis. Then validation, I've also used reflexivity, that is my personality statement. It's one of the ways of validating qualitative studies. Then I've used description and member reflection. Member reflection in the sense that after analyzing what they have told me, I will send the raw analysis to them to put their people that I represented them very well. In my first study, I did that, and at least one of them said that I didn't represent her very well, so I have to change what I represented. So that's the sense of validating this. And the potential significance of this study, we have two potential significance: theoretical and practical. Definitely, it's a kind of, my hope is going to be a long way to go. My hope is to have a kind of feature integration in transcendental strategies into management of health-related stigmas, because a lot of people who have this kind of, that's why some of these people hardly go to hospitals, because it's so that they are excluded from this kind of discussion. So, Doctor, thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you, Amal. Right now, we will move to the next presenter.
Okay, thank you. I am just okay, so my name is Elizabeth Chunda, and I'm in the African and African American Studies Department. My paper, which is part of my research that I'm doing for my thesis, is unpacking the archives, exploring Black nationalism and Black cultural nationalism in the Negro Digest and the Black world. Okay, so without the Negro Digest and the Black world, the Black nationalist ideology as a national phenomenon in the 1960s and 1970s would have been significantly different to what it was at that particular time. Never in history, or never, I don't even think even in the future, would there ever exist such closeness to achieving the Black nationalist ideology as it was in the 1960s and the 1970s. And this credit is owed to the Negro Digest and the Black World, which is a journal at this time. That is just some samples of the journal itself. The two presentations there on top are the Negro Digest, that is from when it started in 1942 to when it ends in 1975. So at first it was called the Negro Digest, but then it changes to the Black World because there's a call from the Black nation, by the Black nation, advocating for the drop of the name Negro to start using the name Black. So they said, if we're going to really use a representation, let's use this journal to kind of like change that narrative and enforce that Black nationalist ideology. In my study, I focus on the periodicals from 1961 to 1975, because this is when the Black nationalist movement is at its height. This is when there's a lot of activism, a lot of organizing, and it is also when the Black nationalist ideology is in full effect. And like I said, never before and never again has there been such a full effect in the Black nationalist ideology. No one asks what the role is of a journalist in a revolution. And in this research, I highlight what the journalist does in making a revolution happen. And there we see Hoyt Fuller, who was the managing editor for this journal. Hoyt Fuller was a veteran, a war veteran, a journalist, an activist, a co-founder of the Organization of Black American Culture. And he himself, just using his experience as an African American growing up in Chicago, pushed the ideology of the Black nationalist ideology to its fulfillment, again, like never before. In this research, I use the same definition that is used in the text, in the periodicals. Black nationalism as a body of social thought, attitudes, and actions ranging from the simplest expressions of ethnocentrism and racial solidarity to the comprehensive and sophisticated ideologies of pan-Negroism or pan-Africanism through racial solidarity, cultural, religious, economic, and political nationalism. That is a definition that came before the periodicals, but it really is embodied in the periodicals at the time that I studied them, and is evident in the 1960s and the 1970s. More so with the Pan-Africanism and also with the cultural aspect and also the political aspect, because the ideology itself cannot exist without a backing from the political aspect. Or how do we actually practice the ideology? Is it through our culture? Is it through our religion? Is it through the economic means? And so that's how the ideology plays out. In the periodicals themselves from 1960s, in the 1960s, the first debate or the integral debate that we focus on is on assimilation versus Black nationalism. The reason why there's a more clinging on to Black nationalism is because assimilation fails. Black Americans, African Americans fail to assimilate into the American culture. And so if there's two options, to integrate or to segregate, what do? You go for the option that you can actually try. It's an imagined thing to say, okay, maybe we can actually exist as a Black nation. And so Black Americans at that time moved towards a form of like Black nationalism compared to assimilation or integration. The other debate that is brought to light is the issue of Black identity and unity, having a Pan-African ideology, and also all the collaborations that is going on between African Americans, Africans in the African diaspora, and Africans in the continent. There's people migrating, there's students coming to study in the US, and so there's that clash of like, who really is a Black person? Who really is, like, what's our identity? And learning new things from different forms of Africanness and saying, how can we put this together and identify ourselves as one? The other prominent discussion is on Black organizing, Black activism, and Black power. Black organizing, again, was at its highest in the 1960s and 1970s with Black organizations, like, you know, SNCC, people like Malcolm X, people like Martin Luther King, they all like in this era. This is like a lot of Black organizing and activism, and also the Black power slogan really comes up in this era. This is owing to its students, its young people that are bringing up these ideologies. And there's also, this time I think was also the introduction of like when we have like new types and forms of media like TV, and so these organizations are being broadcasted, and so there's a lot of hype, there's a lot of energy, and there's a lot of activity in the organizing. In the periodicals, there's a shift from like Black nationalism to Black cultural nationalism. Because of time, I'll just like say that Black cultural nationalism is an expression of the struggle to promote a particular way of life collectively, and also use that way of life in effecting the Black nationalist ideology. So the Black cultural nationalist ideology here is perfected through the Black arts movement, through Black academia, through revolutionary culture, in which they say we don't only have a culture to just have it, but we need to use it to actually form this Black nation. And then with academia, there were so many cultural nationalists that are moving from activism, from organizing, and being drawn into the classrooms, into the university, to come and teach what they consider, for instance, is the Black nation, or how it can be actually practiced. So the argument that Hoyt Fuller made when he's bringing these articles together, when he's presenting all this work together, is what's with the hype? What's with the hype of, oh, this is a Black nation? Have we really achieved a Black nation? Because there's some discussions that were like, yes, we have a Black nation. This is it. What else? What more does it take? There is political control, because, for example, the Black Panther Party in the 1960s and 1970s will say, okay, we have community control. we have our culture, right? We are wearing our dashikis. People were changing their names, they were adopting African names or like religious names at that time. And so with this organizing, with this activism, is this just popularization or does it actually elevate the Black nation? Does it do anything to the formation of the Black nation? Or else would we even see it active right now in our communities? So the argument also was that, was it really a performative and just an artificial Black nation that was formed in the 1960s and the 1970s, or was it actually a Black nation that formed? Then we also have using the Black cultural nationalist ideology as a means and not an end. People get stuck in the movement, people get stuck in like the hype, the excitement in the movement itself, and forget that what they want to do is that they want to achieve this nation. And so people will get lost in the hype. They use Black cultural nationalism as an end. They ended there. Black art ends there, you know, instead of like, what did it really mean? What did you really aim to do? Not to say that there shouldn't ever be Black art, but it's saying, what does it really mean? Is Black art, the cultural nationalism that we want for the Black nationalist ideology, is it just Black cultural nationalism, or is it like Black revolutionary cultural nationalism? And the difference there is that Black cultural revolutionary, when we use the revolutionary word, is that whatever art you produce, it has to really reflect the Black nationalist ideology. Whereas the other side is that people can make art and it can mean anything, right? Like Black people can make art, not really saying that it's Black art, but people can make Black art and people can make art that is like of like Black product. Okay, so wrap it up here. So the Negro Digest in the Black world contributed to Black intellectual thought. It contributed to a community of Black academia. Most of the books that I'm reading at this particular point for my thesis are stemming from what was created in the Negro Digest, the movements, the organization, and the movement itself as it is portrayed comes from there. Then we also have the revolution that I have highlighted a bit, and also the Black culture, such as holidays and things like that, that stem from there. Okay, thank you.
Room for questions, 5 minutes. Any questions?
You have questions? Alexi has questions.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, I have a question for everyone, so stop me one. But so, let's start with Aya. So, thank you, that was really interesting. So, I had a couple of questions. The first that you talked about, retelling the story of the woman who have died as an important part of your project. And I agree, but I was wondering also, what about the women who are alive right now in Egypt? And what I mean is, from your presentation, you look at the court, you look at the media, but I was wondering if you had planned to look at what the women in Egypt were saying about the issue in women-only stations among each other, and if it was something that you were considering. Just one other question is regarding the importance of religion as a justification for the legal code. I mean, I agree that it is part of the rhetoric, but I wonder how much it is just a justification, and so something that should be like somewhat secondary to your research. And what I mean by that is, if you look at a country like Tunisia, for example, has a legal code that is still based on religious law to a large extent, but achieve on paper at least a much more gender equality again in the legal code. I wonder if you were to look at this country, for example, if the incidence of intimate partner violence would be that much lower than in Egypt, and if you could look at the way these different Muslim majority countries that base their legal code on religion kind of frames the issue differently when it comes to judging these cases.
All the questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can respond.
Okay, so the first part, I'm not only focusing on women who lost their lives to partner violence. What I did, because my primary source is the local Egyptian newspapers and news articles that I could find that are actually reporting on partner violence. Unfortunately, this case, or like a husband murdering his wife, is not news anymore. You read this almost every day. So the news that they are publishing right now are the most severe crimes that is sensational enough for people to actually read. So I couldn't find any articles about like current issues or women like reporting on their husbands abusing them, because this is not newsworthy to them. They want a murder case. They want the victim. They want a severe crime to make it sensational enough for people. So that was like my scope, because I was limited to what I could reach. And also, my main argument is to argue not against religion, as like I am arguing against using religion as a tool, because in Egypt we have a down legal system where they always claim that we are trying to apply modern civil laws alongside Islamic principles. And this won't change because they identify as a Muslim country. So there's no way we're going to separate religion from politics. So what I'm trying to do is that focusing on one specific article that justifies violence. And this article is based on this interpretation. So what I'm doing is investigating this like patriarchal reading of the one verse that is supporting this. So by providing a counter argument to that, maybe we can argue against it and using the same language that they would accept, not as a feminist, not for gender equality, but for Islamic justice.
Yeah, but precisely, it doesn't, if you look at a place like Tunisia, for example, or another country that take a different religious interpretation, I wonder how these two interact essentially.
So when the news about like Tunisians deciding to change the inheritance laws and the marrying for women and stuff like that was published in Egypt, the main arguments women were having is that they are challenging the religion, not the patriarchal like society. No, they are not. They are now attacking our religion. This is a Western attack to distort the religion. So this is not a good approach to try to convince people that what's happening is too much. They won't accept it because you are now challenging God. You are taking heaven away from us. So yeah.
But your idea about, the case of Tunisia. So in the Arab world, in North Africa, Tunisia has always positioned itself as a secular country.
Yeah.
So what is happening right now, what we see is new for the perception of like how citizens position themselves in terms like gender discrepancy and all of that. So I think the case, two different cases completely, because Egypt is the cradle of or the birth of religious fundamentalism. So there are a lot of approaches and narratives going on there. We have another question, and also after you, I will have to. Okay, you want to go first, or
you can go online. So
okay, I'll come back to you. So I'll come back to you. So I have a question for Emmanuel. Is there a substantial difference in the treatment of women and men who criticized President Mugabe? Was this a pattern of authoritarianism, or was there something particularly distinct about his treatment of women critics? Or another way to ask this, was Mugabe authoritarianism supported by patriarchal frameworks?
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'd already seen the question. So yes, Mugabe was a despot. He was really a despot. But, you find that his treatment of political opponents was really bad. So you have in 2008, the opposition leader who was Mel Morgan Chankrai. I was going to talk about it if I had time, but he was almost left for dead. He was beaten and it was well hit, right? But this becomes very much about women, because when it came to women opposition or to women challenge to Mugabe's rule, Mugabe would always use those sexist language, like those sexist terms to say, it's also, after all, it's a woman. I can't be challenged by a woman to that extent. So which shows that Mugabe, in as much as he was a brutal leader, very brutal, he was also particular in his opposition and in his treatment of women. So that's my answer to that. And maybe the other way, you also find that Mugabe's political parties, NPF, and his entire movement, it was really supported by patriarchy, because Mugabe himself, as I showed in his background, he was raised in a patriarchal environment. And also, the patriarchal environment, we know that people say it's always African and what, but look at the history of Rhodesia from 1890 to 1980, a period of 90 years. We never had a female vice president or female prime minister. We never had a prime minister that was a woman prime minister. It was all men. And those men, they made sure that women would never get into positions of power. So Mugabe inherited that. And he also inherited that from his past. So it was like from the colonial system, from the African system, from the traditional system, and then all combined, they created a monster that was called Mugabe.
Thank you.
We go. Yeah, thank you. My first question goes to I found your presentation very fascinating. And what the question I have for you is that how do we reconcile the legal belonging that the multiple legal framework offers to Africans? Because, for instance, I'm from Nigeria, whereby we run a multiple legal framework. So, and part of the argument as to why we should keep indigenous now, I'm not talking about the religion. Of course, the indigenous framework is also quite religious. One of the arguments is that we need to be able to ascribe to this legal framework as our own and to be ruled by it, especially from the familial point of view. So what would you say? I mean, how do we now reconcile this need to also curbing the challenges of intimate partner violence? Because from your presentation, I get from the presentation that the fact that there's a double legal framework makes it gives you like a safe haven for some people to exploit women using Islamic family laws, right? It exists in Nigeria too. So how do we make sure that people have this legal belonging? Because whatever we have as, for instance, common law in Nigeria is not indigenous. So how do we find a balance between those two challenges? That's one. You can respond to that at the time. My second question goes to Umar. I heard you mention that you were going to compensate your participants. So what form of compensation do you have in mind? And have you thought about the implication of compensating participants and how it differences your own, the data you're going to get from them?
Come on, you have to pay.
Yeah, that's all. And then
Thank you.
then I have a question there.
So, Aya, would you like to hear the next question?
Are you sure?
Or you would like to respond?
This one first, yeah.
Okay, all right, one at a time.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand your question. So you're asking me, how are we gonna find a way to balance between the Egyptian culture and
Yeah, the legal
and
belonging.
the legal changes that we're trying to
Exactly.
make?
Yeah, the legal belonging and also curbing the challenge of intimate partner violence.
Okay, the only issue is that whenever there is an attempt to try to address the patriarchal laws, okay, so let me start from the beginning. So the judiciary in Egypt is not only dominated, it's exclusive to males. So everything that's happening, all the policy makers, all the lawmakers, any new law is mainly from a male perspective. So they will never issue any laws that will disadvantage them. And to keep people from going against a corrupted system, we make sure that men in society have this small power over women, just as like a way to keep them away from politics. So as long as you are away from politics and all the corruption we're doing, and you have this small power over another person, over women,
you're fine. You're gonna be distracted. This is their distraction. They are using women to distract people from the corruption that is happening in the whole system. So to find a way to address this, we need first to call them out on what they are doing. And this is what I'm trying to do. Here is the system, here is the judicial rulings, here is the cases, here is the increasing crime rates, here is the specific crimes that's happening because of the self-proclaimed religious men, which is simply grow their beards, and now we have sorry. And now they have absolute powers over women, and it's their mission in life to forbid life for women. And that's how they make it. It's as simple as this. So that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Here's the whole situation. And what we're trying to do is finding a way out. I don't know how we're gonna do this. I don't think we will ever be able to separate religion from politics, but at least we can ask for a just interpretation. That's all we can do. Yeah.
Thank you, Aya. Alma?
Yeah, thank you, everyone, for that question. Yeah.
I'm going to
I'll answer this question from my experience, because there are a lot of studies around how do you just collect data from your participants without compensating them, especially when you're coming from African perspective. I know from social sciences, we actually talk about you have to remunerate these people, not like you are paying them salary. So my argument last year when I did the first study, because my department supported me with the compensation, remuneration. So here, because in this kind of system, the argument is you want to collect data from people, you kind of maybe you invite them for a coffee, and a coffee here like around $15 or so. So but in Nigerian context, $15 is a kind of high amount of money. So I reduced it to $12 then. And when I was arguing with Arabi, another argument is, are you going to give them gift cards, or what are you going to give them? Here, gift cards are common. But I argue that Nigerians don't even know how to use gift cards. Let me conclude. Many Nigerians don't even know how to use gift cards. They don't even value gift cards. So my participants don't even value gift cards. So why give them gift cards? So I prefer to give them cash. And that was my argument to Arabi, and it was approved. So I have to get that 12 USD, then I converted it into the local currency. And while collecting the data, I got 2 recommendations from one of the exorcists of his previous patients. And when I was relating my objectives to them, I observed that they were more interested in the money than they are more interested in the money than the study. So that gives me a kind of red flag. So I excluded them from my study. So whereas almost all the participants, but that time I didn't have, it was a reimbursement department did for me. So I didn't have enough at that time. So I promised them that because there was trust between all of us. Don't worry, I'm going to do this for you. And that time it was around 17,400. Even one person that even recommended to people jokingly told me that I was the one who recommended these people to you, and I'm not even collecting anything. I had to give this person at least 20,000 out of my own pocket just to compensate the kind of what he did. In short, it's just that it's a kind of very you have to be very careful when you do kind of compensating people, observe them. It's not a kind of salary, but it's very important to they are giving their time, then give them a kind of compensation.
We have another question to Aya. Is there a possibility that religious leaders in your case study of Egypt could become agents of change or transformation? Have you seen individual religious leaders standing up against IPV in other cases or even within your case? Or does the focus need to be more on legal transformation? Even if laws change, practices are often much slower to change.
Okay, so yes and no. There are some religious leaders that actually try to address these, like any issues related to women. Instead of being against women and forbidding everything for women, they started to advocate for women. However, because minds have been poisoned for centuries with specific ideologies, so now these attempts are not only very limited, only few people are trying to make an actual change, And at the same time, people are not convinced. People are actually against them. People accuse them of trying to start a cult. So it's this bad. They are like, oh, you're just trying to get women on your side. You can have your own little cult. So you are trying still to distort the religion. It's not gonna be, there is no room for discussion. That's why I'm like legal reform first, because if there is an actual punishment for doing a certain act, they will eventually stop doing it. It's not gonna happen in a day or even a decade. It might take centuries again, but there is at least baby steps. There is a little progress.
We have one more question.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to, well, the questions, contributions, I don't know how, but for all of you, so I'll start with you, Aya.
Okay.
It's more like a follow-up on Rod's question, right? Like on culture, right? Religion into laws. I'm just wondering, is it not also possible just to adopt some of the cultural or religious values and convert them into legal instruments that they can use, right? Like just saying, okay, this is what the tradition says, and then you adopt that, and it's adopted and then turned into a legal instrument that then helps people either interpret the religion, whatever it is, but is that something that has been done or can be done in your country, for instance?
It has been done, and the only problem with that is that if you go to any fiqh or Islamic principles book that was ever written throughout history, from the beginning until today, it's only male perspective. There are no women contributions within this aspect, especially in Egypt, because they are so proud of speaking Arabic to the point that they will never accept any other idea from anybody whose native language is not Arabic, because you don't understand Arabic better than me. That's the idea. That's how they address the issue. So any Western perspective coming from a gender equality approach is completely disregarded and dismissed, even banned in Egypt. And even from Egyptians who, like Nawal Sadeh, she's done great work on women issues in Egypt and gender justice. But because she came from an atheist perspective, and they didn't even bother read her work, because to them this is a very clear attack on religion. So we would just disregard everything. And until today, her books are banned in Egypt. So
and that somewhat answers Amal's question, I think.
Yes. Okay.
So
No, I'm saying that I think your answer there answers some of Amal's question.
Okay,
Right.
yeah. Omar, I have questions for all three. Sorry. So Omar, I don't know if this is a question or more to help answer his question on paying whatever. I think it also goes to how your phraseology when you're writing that, right? Because when you say I'm paying participants, that tends to be frowned upon, right? But like, oh yeah, I'm compensating participants for their time, right? That's more palatable than like I'm paying them. And even I did the same when I was with my participants. I told them like, I'm not paying you straight up, but I'm going to compensate you for, if you come to see me, I'll compensate for your transport. I will compensate for your time. And then it was easier that way. So when you have the word, especially when you use the word payment, it brings a certain expectation from them. But when you term it in ways that is like more palatable, both for the review boards and for the people, then it becomes, so I think it just boils down to the kind of phrases that you use when you're talking about that. And then Emmanuel, I have a lot to say on your whatever, but we can have those conversations outside of this. But
Zimbabwe. Let's be clear.
Yeah. Just would it be? I'm fascinated by some of the terms that you were using, right, in your presentation, like despot and stuff like that. But would it be right? Maybe that's not the correct word, but would it be right to say he was a despot or he was a misogynist or patriarchal? I think this guy was more opportunistic than anything else. Like, I think he was astute in reading people and getting what he wanted from people. So if you wanted him to be a feminist, he flew by that. Remember, after the Beijing conference, 1995, there were a lot of policies about women, and we were dancing up and down the streets because of those policies, right? And then, so I think, would it be fair to say, to call him a despot? I think he was more of an opportunist than anything. He knew how to use people. So what he could get from you, he would make use of that, right? When he appointed Mujuru as the vice president, it was, for me, I thought it was just, he was just trying to get something out of, like, he understood women in Zimbabwe were becoming restless, but just had male voices. So he was like, okay, let me give them a bomb. And he gave us Joyce Mujuru, and women were like, oh yeah, you know, kind of that. So I think maybe calling him a despot might not be fair, but I think he was just astute and a very good opportunist in using people's needs to get what he wanted out of them. Does that make him a despot? Maybe.
Another example, Fei Chong.
Yes.
Beijing, and we come to as a minister, right?
Yeah.
Education, and I need to tap the UN money.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we are saying the same thing. I would prefer.
You want him to take this one?
The thing is that someone has been in power for 37 years, and he relies from 2000, even from 1995. From 1995 to 2017, he relies on violence, brutality, killing people. And then even if you go for the election, you know that the outcome is predetermined. You know who the winner is going to be. So maybe it depends. But the truth is that even if he was a despot, there were some people who voted for him, some people who loved him. But you loved him, right?
No. Okay. I just voted for him. I didn't love him.
Yeah. So there were some people who really loved him. Even until today, they would say Mngadi was far much better than this guy who the crocodile.
Yeah, he was better.
So sometimes even people talk about rigging elections. We know that until today, if you go to some communities, whether whatever you do, Mugabe and his people will still win elections. So maybe we can question the use of the term despot, but there are others that even until now, even when he's dead, they'll tell you that don't tell us about that despot. He really killed us, you know. And
I will take first another question. I'll come back
I think
to
she
you.
answered them all in some way.
You did?
By talking
Okay,
about. Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. We listen to your question.
Okay, so my question is for Elizabeth. So I know she was making a kind of like analysis with some radical group in their group anyways. So you were talking about the Black Power, the Black Arts, Black Culture. So I was wondering, like, is there something that is linking these groups together? Because I know Pan-Africanism, as much as they're trying to like include Afro, it has some African something back home. Yeah, so I'm wondering like what is linking them together, and I'm also wondering people involved in all these activities, are they just Blacks, or there are some activities of people that are not Blacks and they support these motions? Then in your title, I don't know what you mean by unpacking the archives, but it's kind of like intrigued me to ask you, like, when you say unpacking the archives, and there is no specific place that you are looking into in this topic, and African slaves have been transported across different continents, Latin American, Caribbean, and North America. So where exactly are you unpacking your archives? Like, are you unpacking it from a specific place, maybe Latin America or the America, or yeah, I just felt like where exactly are you unpacking these archives?
I'll start with the archives question. So when I talk about unpacking the archives, I am mainly focusing on these archives that I'm using for the study, which is the journal. So I'm looking at the periodicals from 1960 from 1961 to 1975. That is 100 pages every month. So this is like documentation that I'm looking into, and that's what I'm referring to when I say archives. Yeah. And this is a representation not only like of a specific group, in this archive, it's a representation of everyone. That's why it changes to the Black world. And that's why it is the Black nationalist ideology, because every person who is Black fits into that ideology. So every Black person, imagine people from the Caribbean, imagine from Afro-Asians, everyone is included in those discussions. Yeah, and then with the Pan-African ideology, yes, Pan-Africanism was started in the African diaspora, and then it is hyped in Africa as well. But this is owing to, like I said, there's a lot of Black migration. The students, imagine like the way we are, we come and study here, and then we start talking with African Americans and start exchanging ideologies. Like, oh, this is what's happening in Africa. Oh, this is what's happening in the US. And then with that, people start sharing ideas, and they're like, but who are you? Oh, this is what we do. You know, like you start saying, but this is what's happening also in our continent. And so with Pan-Africanism, and also during that time in the 1960s, there's the growth of African nationalism itself on the continent. And people are having independence on the continent. And African Americans who study the Pan-African ideology are also saying, this is what we want for ourselves. If Africa is getting independence, we want that kind of independence for ourselves as well. Yeah, so it goes to that. I think that's a 4-3 question.
And I'm still interested in those people involved in this radicality. Are they just Blacks? Or we have...
Oh, yeah. So with the organizing that happened in the 1960s, usually the organization that was happening, there were some organizations like the NAACP that had white people in the organizations, especially for funds. Especially for funding the project, because there's that, oh, let's have solidarity with Black people, but also let's help them to push their projects. So let's finance their projects. And for young people growing up at that time, they were starting to withdraw from being associated with white radicals or white people who were coming in on board, because they saw it as a way of infiltration. Like maybe these white people are infiltrating our projects, or like we won't really get anywhere. If what we want is a Black nation, then probably this isn't a solution. But yes, there was a lot of people pushing those ideologies, whether white or Black.
Yes. I also have a question to Elizabeth, and my question is mainly about how did these archives of the Negro Digest unify or build the Black identity altogether? And also, my second question is social movements that were happening around that area of time, how they were portrayed in these archives. Were they used as something to, let's say, encourage collective actions among Black community, or how they were used?
Okay, so in terms of the unity or how the periodical does this and brings that out, is that like now we have social media, right? We have Facebook. You can open Facebook and you see an ideology, and these periodicals are kind of like an example of that. Is that you open the journal and that's what you see. You see the actual representation of what is going on in the community at that point. This periodical was started in Chicago, but it became a national phenomenon. Everyone had it. Every home had it. And so if you want to really communicate with the Black nation during that time, put it in the journal and they will read it. It was at 50 cents. It was easily accessible at every store, so everyone could really read and access that information. I don't know if I answered the question, but then the second question on like social media. Oh, sorry, social movements, or because you're doing social media. Yeah. So for the social movements that existed at this point, this is also the time that TV becomes popular. And so with the organizing that was happening during this time, like I said, that these are young people in universities, these are young people in the communities who would not tolerate what their previous generations tolerated. So the same way we have, like, for example, movements right now that are using social media to organize. 1960s was a time where young people in universities, young people in communities, they'll take over a community and we're going to protect this community. There's no police coming into this community. If the community comes into, if the police come into this community, we will deal with them with ourselves, you know. So that kind of organizing brought to light the police, the media, with the introduction of TVs, will start highlighting those. But those are the people that are also being featured in the periodicals. It's their articles that we are reading. And that's why those people from the periodicals then move into the Black universities. They are recruited from the streets. From the street, you were an organizer, you were the activist, and you become the person who is now like, you know, in the universities. My advisor was taught by these people. And so it just like trickles down just like that, just like that. There's people who were like in the Black Power movement, who were in the Black Arts movement, they now get into the universities and they start teaching.
I have a question. Because your primary resources are periodicals.
Yes.
So I would like to hear, in terms of theoretical perspective, did you draw upon any media studies?
No, I didn't really draw onto any media studies. No, I didn't. I was just looking at like the social movement and organizing, and how journalism then magnifies it or amplifies it from that perspective. Yeah, and also the Black intellectual thought, or like theorizing it in that direction, the radicalness, the intellectual thought that is being developed from that area. And that's why I really talk about them leaving the communities or leaving the activism into the universities. Yeah.
I have a question on this round.
Yes.
Have you also looked at research historians, for example, on periodicals and their role in revolutions on the continent? For example, there have been studies on based on journalism in Ghana, independence on Algeria. Have you talked to Sophie?
So
yeah.
Revolution.
Yeah, and journalism.
Oh, yeah, I'll definitely look into that.
I think to expand it, you have to.
Yes, I would. Because yes, I do realize that even with the social organizing, especially Algeria was a hub for like these movements. Like if anything, if they were to run, they went to Algeria, for example, and also Ghana, of course. Yeah, but so yeah, I'll definitely look into that and see how that organizing is.
Absolutely. We have a question.
You said never again, that you've never like a journal like this again. So I'm wondering why. What is your reason for saying that? Is it something outside, like maybe reading culture has collapsed, African American community? Is that why?
It's all AI.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, but more so also, it's not, I wasn't really referring to only the journal, but I was referring to the movement as well. There would never ever be like such Black organizing, such Black activism that is collective, what like we are talking about, like even it's happening on the continent, it's happening in the African diaspora at once. At once, we are all shouting Black power, we are all shouting Black unity and moving in the same direction. That hype has, like I don't know if we ever have that hype. Right now we are moving away from the Black nationalist ideology than ever. Yeah, so that's what I mean. I don't necessarily mean the journal. The journal died when Hoyt Fuller was fired from the institution. So yeah, but there were other journals, of course, even at that time. It wasn't the only one. There were other journals at that time, but this one is the one that really brings the Black intellectual thought and shapes it into what. For us studying like Black studies in the US right now, that's what we are studying, and only because it was documented in that period of time.
We have a question.
I have a question. Yes, thank you. I have a question to you, Omar. And my question is mainly about, since you're working or examining people or exploring how people who perceive themselves as possessed by some supernatural powers, whether you're thinking about whether, let's say, an experience of someone who thinks that they are possessed, right? And they go to this healers or whatever the person who does this type of thing, right? So at the end, let's say they never get better, okay? So do you think would they consider going to a doctor? Or they would think maybe, or family or community members would think of maybe let's consult a doctor and see what's happening. Are you considering asking this type of questions in your interviews? as well?
Yeah, it's part of, because of time, it's part of the coping strategies that you can use. At times, but cases like this can be complicated.
Yes.
So at times, some have a kind of just healing immediately, while some is towards a long period of time. While some we just lose hope that I'm no longer resilient. So instead of doing that, what you do is maybe rely on families, relying on friends, relying on other friends. Whereas some people don't even rely on, it's definitely know that it's not kind of medical issue. You don't consider going to hospitals, as well as hospitals cannot give them their solutions. So in some instances like that, yeah, it's part of what I'm considering. So whether religious coping is part of what you do, because in the previous study, it was observed that religion is a very key element that we use to cope. We believe that this thing, despite the fact that it's a long-term healing for them, they count us as their product, as a destination, as that predestination that has been destined for them by God to that. This is the kind of phase of time that they are going to live with, depending on the time that they are going to be healed. But you don't stop the kind of treatment.
Because most of those cases are basically mental health issues, right? And so I was like thinking whether there are some, or my other question is, how are you planning to use the theory, social support theory, in understanding this process of healing imams or some other
Yeah, to start with the mental health issue, not all gene possession cases are mental health related.
Okay.
In fact, my first study, I was trying to tell them that what's the connection between mental health and gene possession. Most of them said it's not a kind of mental health. Whereas my own conceptualization of mental health is that it affects their cognition. That is what gene possession does. The first time, the moment it attacks you, it makes you to lose balance. Whereas in some instances, it's not only about cognition, it can be physical health, it can be mental health. So it's for social support. Social support in this context is basically about faith-based support. So we have a lot of support system, families there, faith-based is there. And in fact, in the course of intervening them, there's a likelihood of learning from them how not all imams do that. So I'm more concerned about the exorcist, how they went to the Islamic exorcist, the Rocky. So that's their own duty, that's what you do. Not, I can't actually just do care for people. That's not my line. Whereas we have people that have been trained to do that. And instead of that, we see other people who are not, they call themselves exorcists, but they are trying to abuse this kind of people. Yeah, they are abusing people rather than even we come to them with something and you are living with something else. So we are going to understand that in the course of the interview. That's why I use adaptive strategy and maladaptive. And that says that it's coping. Yeah, I believe I'm hit up. I believe that this is killing me. They are maladaptive. No. This person is just using religion to just cover up. In my experience, we've seen a lot of exorcists who even sexually abuse their patients. So yeah, all this kind of thing. In fact, when doing my interview, then one of them was almost, in fact, two of my interviews cried while I was interviewing them. You know, it's kind of remembering the story, how it started, how it suffered, a lot of things. So there's a likelihood of having some people like that in the interview. So that's one of the outcome I think the study will likely uncover.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your very rich research work.
We kept thinking as a department and as a center that this would benefit students who are either new graduate students or the ones who are also moving on at different stages of their graduate work. We didn't benefit from this, our time, we just moved through the motions beyond year two, but they're at the end, almost tail end of their studies. So it's a free, open session, but feel free to ask a lot of questions because some of them have been here for 4 years, 5 years, and the fellow has just defended, right? Yeah, there's a lot of wisdom here spread across all these fellows that we thought would benefit. So without taking much time, I want to just open the session now to leave it free. We have Agnes Phoebe Muyanga as part of the panel. We have, is Ogu online?
I think she just.
But she's around, right?
Oh, go, I did say.
Okay, we'll see. If she can, right?
Who just?
I didn't see.
Yeah.
Also,
we'll see.
somebody go.
Yeah.
grab it. I thought it was.
Yeah, probably she's on her way, right? Then we have Usman Diop, and then we have Isabel Soso, and Ifeloju Olusanya, and then Bridget Ncheli. And so I will open the session and I'll begin with Agnes. I gave them things to look through in terms of their preparation. So don't think they're just going to talk all over. No, they are pretty organized in their thoughts. So Agnes, Phoebe, I'm younger, the space is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Agnes Phoebe, and I'm a fifth year doctoral candidate in women, gender, and sexuality studies here at the University of Kansas. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk about my journey at KU and just my graduate school journey overall. So again, I'm not going to go all over the place. I have talking points, but I may not touch on everything. So just in case you want to ask questions, you can ask when everyone is done. Hey, wait. Okay, so my dissertation topic is networks of care, feminist organizing in Tanzania. But I'll start with the graduate school academic journey, my coursework, research proposal, comprehensive or prospectus exams, research work process, my successes, challenges, lessons learned, and where I am right now, which is the writing process. So before graduate school, I was in Uganda, born and raised. I went to, of course, K-12, which is primary, secondary school. I didn't want to be a teacher, but I ended up in education for various reasons. I wanted to go to law school, and I got into law school, but my family didn't have the funds for law school at the time. So I went to what I considered the second alternative. So I went to Chambogo University, one of the best universities in Uganda. It's in Kampala, Uganda. I did a BA in education. My grandmother was very excited because my grandmother was a teacher. And well, I finished, started teaching, didn't like it. I wasn't paid well. So I went all over and did business, traveled, did whatever I could, worked in the private sector until a few things happened and I decided I needed to do grad school before a certain age, which I won't say because women don't say their age. And then I was like, I really need to get to graduate school. By that time, it was just my master's. I was not planning ahead for my PhD or whatever. I just knew I needed to get my master's before. So when I was still young, I knew for a fact that I needed to go to graduate school in London or no, in the UK or in the US. And even when I had opportunities to do my master's in Uganda, I started one semester. I remember telling myself, no, you promised yourself to do grad school in the US or the UK. So I dropped out. And I know that's a privilege, but I dropped out. And so when it was time, I decided to apply to the US. I got into some schools. I ended up in the University of Wisconsin-Madison, doing a master's in educational leadership and policy analysis, building on my teaching or education career. In UW-Madison, I did my MS in ELPA, and then while in ELPA, I taught as a GTA in MA in gender and women studies, and that's when my whole world changed. It's like I was reborn. I was like, where have you been all my life, gender and women studies? I should have done gender and women studies in my undergrad. So from that time, I knew there was no going back. I decided to enroll in another master's in gender and women's studies. And that led me to a PhD in gender and women's studies. There was no PhD in UW-Madison, I would have stayed there. So I ended up in Kansas. So right now I'm here, I'm in my 5th year. We are the pandemic people who started in 2020, but we've survived, and here we are. So currently, my prospective graduation date is December 25th. Networks of Care, Feminist Organizing in Tanzania is the topic that I'm working with. In this dissertation topic, I partner with women's organizations in Tanzania that are caring for the most marginalized women in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. And this topic has evolved over time, as you'll see. Dr. Ojambo requested that we talk about our coursework and go through this timeline, so I'll try my best to go through that. The coursework that of course, being in WGSS, here I did a lot of coursework in women, gender, and sexuality studies. So there were some classes in feminist theories, Black feminist theory, just feminist theory in general, feminist historical perspectives from here in Africa, feminist methodologies, feminist pedagogies. These are various classes. We did professionalization seminars, African and transnational feminist classes, and I had directed studies with my advisor. Other departments that I participated in were political science, I did African politics, AAAS, I did 802, Intro to Africana Studies with Dr. Jambo. Then my concentration, we have concentrations in WGSS, was what? Yes. Okay, those are the other departments. Wow. So qualifying exam. I did my qualifying exam in 2022. In WGSS, we have qualifying exams 2 years after you studied. It is a 10-page paper responding to 3 foundational questions that are selected by the department. And we address historical, theoretical, methodological, we respond to questions in the history, theoretical methodology of women, gender, and sexuality studies. The goal is to make sure that you know the foundation of feminist studies. So those are the questions I responded to, and those were the answers. Of course, I can't go through them right now in 5 minutes. My comprehensive exam was done started in 2023, I finished in 2024, and it's because it's a layered process. In WGSS, you work with 3 committee members. I have 5 committee members, but you choose the committee, some members who are going to kind of journey with you. You kind of work with, you have to choose 60 very foundational texts, preferably books. But by the time you get to 60, which is 20 for your 3 chapters and for your comprehensive exam, you will have gone through hundreds, like so many books, really. So that was a process that I had to go through. And so I worked with Dr. Britton, who is my advisor, Dr. Van der Hurst, who is also associated with AAAS, then Dr. Gallo, my forever mentor from UW-Madison. This was like a year-long process. I will not say much about this, but you can read. AAAS, KASC, and I think Study Abroad had this earlier career researcher workshop institute in Tanzania, and that will help us understand why I ended up in Tanzania. But that was what launched my connection to Tanzania in an academic way. Because of my visit to Tanzania, I made friends, I connected with people in that space that were willing to help me navigate the research process in Tanzania. Before that, I was planning to expand my study. My master's research was also on peer networks, a little different, but I wanted to expand it on my PhD. And I wanted to do Rwanda for many reasons, but there's this performance. I don't want to get into, but anyway, I wanted to do Rwanda. However, after going to Tanzania, I changed my research site to Tanzania. Uganda was always number one. So I made preliminary visits like you do. I went in 2022 to February 2023, and I was navigating between Uganda and Tanzania to make sure I initiate the research process. However, the Ugandan process was very hectic. It was so challenging. I was so frustrated. However, the Tanzanian side was kind of very smooth because I had support and they have a better working system according to my experience. Everything was streamlined. This is where you go. I was never asked for any kitu kidogo. What was happening in Uganda was that every office you enter, people wanted to benefit from. Like there was, it was a corrupt system. In all honesty, Tanzania, I never ever spent any money. They would just tell me, go to this office, I'll go to the office, they would give me what I need, they would stamp my paper, I would go to the bank, everything was streamlined. Tanzania. So I kind of still held on to hope that I will definitely work in Uganda because Uganda is home and I really wanted to expand my scope. Unfortunately, I ended up dropping it because the progress wasn't being made. So anyway, that's it. So I'm grateful for everyone that supported me. KUIRB process. I started this in 2023. It kind of, I had to move on. 1 minute. Yeah, I'm almost done, Dr. Jambo. So as you all know, the IRB process, you have to have your compliance portal. There were some edits along the way, and I learned Swahili. So there were some edits, but my IRB process was finalized in March 2024. I was already in Tanzania for my ethnographic study. While here though, in the summer before my trip, I learned Kiswahili 1 and 2, which was very helpful because Tanzanian Kiswahili is on another level. And anyway, I benefited, but I still had to do a lot of learning. I'm still learning Swahili. So that's it. I did not have funding. I thought that was important. I did not have special research funding. I spent my GRE money. I am still broke from that trip. So please find funding, please. So one of the biggest challenges I found was change of topic and research site. As I told you, I really wanted to study Uganda because Uganda is home, but I also wanted to expand it to the East Africa. I wanted an East African understanding of my research topic. However, I was interested in dissident bodies and in particular LGBTQ rights and sex work. However, all those are illegal in Uganda and Tanzania. So I had studied part of that in my undergrad, but I could, navigating that process was a little more challenging. So I was advised not to proceed if I wanted a less challenging research experience. I followed that lead. So I changed my topic to networks of care, feminist organizing, and generally I partner with 2 caring organizations and we focus on gender-based violence and the very poor women, women living in rural communities and the children and ABC. So in the parts of the most poor parts of Tanzania, Dar es Salaam, I know it's time. Where am I right now? I'm doing data analysis. I have like 1.5 chapters, but believe it or not, I will be graduating next year. So thank you. Yeah. Hi. Okay, 10 minutes, right?
Yes, 10 minutes.
I will actually.
And give it fast.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're doing great. Yeah, yeah. No one wants to say good evening back. Good evening. Okay. We're not fighting, okay? Like, all right. So I'm going to tell you briefly about my journey, right? That's what we're doing here. And I'm going to try to talk about what I think will be most useful to you. If it's not, just like, throw it in the bin, take what's useful and go about your lives, right? And the title of my talk is Do As I Say, Don't Do As I Do. So do not ask me what I did. I'm just going to tell you what to do, okay? So coursework,
I did, I'm in English department, so I don't know if anyone here is in the English department, so I don't think my coursework is going to be very relevant to you. But it was just like vibes and inshallah. I just looked and I say like, which one, like what comes out to me here? But what I will say about coursework is if you're still, say, in the early stages of coursework, even if it's not directly tied to what you want your research to be, when you're doing your final essays, a lot of the instructors will allow you to tailor it to what you want to do in the end, right? So just talk to your professors. They're really great about that. Say, okay, so this is what I want my final thing to be. And it is going to help you when you start doing your dissertation, right? Because you already have some background to work with. Even if it's not the whole thing, you can take a portion of that and again, make your life easier from coursework. Try to, like plan to us. And I'm telling you this because I did not do it. Okay, so I did it partially, right? So do as I do, do as I say, not as I did. And then with the comprehensive exam, it is, so in the English department, similar to what they did in the LWGSS, it's like you have 3 lists, right? And you have a bunch of readings, way more than Agnes had. And again, you try to be disciplined, right? And for me, what I did was that I procrastinated until I could not. Okay, so, and then one day I woke up and I'm like, oh God, you actually really need to read and you have to write these papers, all 3. And I'm like, okay, what do? I am not self-motivated at all. So if anyone is like me, I just had to, I actually bought a physical calendar and a huge one from Walmart. And I looked at my list and I made, okay, so on Monday, I read like, and again, you also have to know yourself, right? I'm actually like a quick reader, so I read like 1 novel every day. And what I did was I read from Monday to like Thursday, and on Friday I'll finish like a little bit, and then I had the weekend to rest. I need rest, so you also need rest as well. Try to make time for that. Even when I was taking classes, once I get to my apartment on Friday, I am not a student anymore. I'm a lazy fish until Monday. Okay, so you need to rest. My brain needs to reset. So I will advise you to also make time for yourself. Whatever needs to be done is going to be there on Monday. So rest. And the other one is my research proposal. And it's actually a topic I've been interested in all along. So I'm doing expansive representations of gender in Nigerian literature. And as at that time, the Nigerian government, they had nothing else to do. They were like, our education system, 10/10. Security, 100/10. Hospital, healthcare, 1000%. We have no other problems. But you see the people we have a problem with, LGBT people. We need to really kill those ones. They're not asking, they're not going to get married. They're not asking for anything. They're just asking for common, recognition. But the government was like, not on our watch. This is the hill we're going to die. And I'm like, why are we doing this? We have so many other things to be worried about. And it seems like excessive, no? These are innocent people trying to live their life. And then oh, it's an African. Yeah, it's Western propaganda. And I'm like, yeah, no, your grandfathers were, your grandfathers also had gay people. But that's how I came to my research topic. And then let's talk about the research process. And again, I'll tell you what I am doing now. So I gave myself a little bit of sense. I'm like, you have to do this. And what I did was that, I don't know if you know this, for the library, they have the graduate lounge. And in the graduate lounge, you can reserve lockers, right? So do that. It's actually quite helpful. And then I put all my, checked out books in there and I read. So I actually have to come physically to the library to write. And it has been very useful for me. So I come there in the morning, 9, let me not lie. I come there by 11 a.m. and then I leave around 5 p.m. So I had that block of time to actually do very good writing, a bunch of writing. And so the other thing as well is that they always, they have this BIPOC writing workshop that they always organize. And I make sure to attend that. And that was, I attended, the time I wrote my proposal, I attended one and then I knocked my proposal out. Because again, it's an intensive, dedicated writing time. if you can always find time to do that, that would be really helpful for you. So that's what I did. And also with the research, KU is actually good about having resources. The only thing I would say is make use of that interlibrary loan. That is your tuition money right there. Like KU has to give it back. You paid for it, okay? Request those books, right? Request those articles. They will get them for you, right? So that's what I'm doing with research. And then the reading wise, writing wise, I suppose, just write. It's never going to be perfect, right? And, the most cliche saying, writing is rewriting. So just try to get as much as possible down on paper, and then you can go back and do revisions. But if you're waiting from the onset to have a perfect first introduction, a perfect first stage, you're never going to get there. Just write, and then go back and make your revisions. You're going to thank your future self later if you do that as well. So that's the bunch, my quick recap of do as I say, just.
That's what I did.
Yeah, that's what I did. Okay, thank you. I'll answer any more questions you have towards the end.
Next is Usman Diop.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Professor Ojombo, for having us here. My name is Usman Lekokjo. I would like here to focus more, and correct me if I'm wrong, about my profile only, and also to talk about my struggles, which might also help some of you on that, and my also somehow organizational skills, time management, I think also important. I'm originally from Senegal, grew up in Senegal, from a French colony, of course, went to France for my grad studies, and then came here in the United States for grad studies. So I came here at KU in back to 2018 from Texas. So back in Texas, I was a French teacher, soccer coach, tennis coach, also taught high school probably just 15 years, about 15 years of that, involved a lot in sport and teaching. I wanted to do a PhD here in French and Francophone studies. So I had some options, different universities, but when I came here, I remember at KU, I met in 2 days too, I met my director of thesis, Prof. K. And then I think he was speaking to me in Wolof from the hallway. I remember that. So my choice was made already from there. But came here in 2018. But I have to say also I hold a master's in French from UNT Denton, University of North Texas, in that. Why the PhD? I wanted just to, I guess, I wouldn't say I was fed up by teaching high school, classroom management like this, okay? And that, so, but I wanted just to go up, just to teach at the higher level, of course. So I said, oh, only a PhD probably just could get me there also. So that's why I decided to do a PhD. I came here in 2018 on that. And Prof. Kelly, director of thesis, helped me through to navigate all those hurdles, if I would say. I was not alone. I was well surrounded by my French department, French professor over there, and Prof. Kelly, of course. I would love to talk about of course, like the proposal, like how there was a step with the proposal on that. I think one thing that kind of struck me was really, it is important to own it, which means I was part of it, of course, with my director of thesis, but also I always felt it was a kind of scaffolding, like polishing it, coming from that. And I polish it through attending to different conferences also too, going through my proposals, through my, comprehensive exam. All those things help me that like polish my topics and coming down to it, being part of it and own it also too on that. I end up with, of course, having a subject, and my dissertation title is Multidimensional Cultural Navigation and Translation. It's a question of languages between Senegalese values, Senegalité, and cosmopolitanism in contemporary Senegal. That's my dissertation titles. But that journey wasn't really just kind of strict also too. It was like with hurdles, navigating those hurdles. And I think just one thing I would say is it is really important for me, at least to me, because I talk about profile. I'm not like a typical student because I came here also. I have a small family. My wife, French, and she's a high school French teacher, and we have a 6-year-old. So I have a family. I have a lot also to manage. That's why I said time management is really important on that. I think being able to secure that help you just to complete 50% of the task on that, knowing where you come from and your profile. So I knew that I needed to cut through. So my time become meticulous, really important to organize it on that. And unfortunately or fortunately, I came in 2018. Now I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I hope to graduate to defend in December 2025 on that. Struggles, and I knew one of them is, I would say, my escape. You talk about like, having a time for yourself, just moving away from all the, just the focus here. I guess my escape for me is, of course, you have the family, but also it's soccer and officiating. So I played semi-pro in France for 9 years. So I came here, I officiate a lot, high school, college level also. That's my escape. Yeah. And I need those escape just to kind of navigate the process also too. I guess it slowed me down a little bit, but I think at the end of the day, Bona, it's also just helpful back in both ways on that. Slowing me down, but again, like I say, seeing the light at the end of the tunnel on that. This is my profile, and I think it's really important. That's why I wanted to focus on organizational skill, time management, those kind of things, how to manage your time to get where you need to be. But so far, I think I'm pleased where I am right now, and I thank my director of thesis, my department, of course, the French department, and also the African and Studies, African AAS department. I have to say by most likely December 2025, I think my PhD will be a PhD in French and Francophone studies with / concentration in, just Arabic, some Arabic skills, some in Wolof. I'm from class, basically also Wolof and Arabic on that. And also I hold in 2029, I had my graduate certificate in African studies also. So this has been my journey on that. But if 2 points just to keep in mind is time management and organization. Know who you are and how to navigate and to manage your time and to get to where you should be. Thank you.
Yeah, next is Christabel.
Hi, everybody. I'm a 50-year PhD in geography. I'm graduating in May, but I'm defending in December or in January, depending on. After my story, you'll understand. Anyway, so everyone's journey is different. I'm not going to talk about the coursework and stuff like that. I mean, we're all familiar. We do different courses and stuff like that. But when I started my PhD, I got 2 pieces of advice that I've followed. The first one, one professor said, focus on 5 things, right? Research, teaching, grant writing, publishing, and serving. All right. So I have to make sure by the time I graduate, I've done all those things. And I mean, my GPA covers the teaching aspect, right? By the virtue of me being a PhD student, I'm going to do the research work and I'm going to do publishing, right? And then I was also going to apply for grants. And the hardest, I think, has been serving, but I've looked for committees to serve on around the university. I've served in the, I don't think a lot of you even know this one exists, but International Teaching Association of the ITAC, International Teaching Assistance Community. It's meant for international students like you, GTA's international students like you, and you get support and stuff like that. I was on the committee for 2 years. So I look for every opportunity to serve, right? So those 5 things. So I always ask myself at the beginning of the year or at the end of the year, which of those 5 things have I covered this year? And then the second piece of advice I got was from my advisor, and he said, this is your PhD, it's not mine. So we will do whatever you want to do. I'm just there to guide you, to support you. Just tell me how you want me to support you, how you want me to. And if you say you want to plant a tree, I'll support you to plant a tree, because this is your PhD. At the end of the journey, it's your name that's going to be there. So just tell me what you want to do. So that helped me own my journey, make it my own, make it personal. The other thing that I want to talk about, some of these things that we never talked about. You know, every department has got a COGA. Make use of those people. Use them. I mean, I think my COGA from our department must be tired of me by now, because every single thing I ask, right? And that's the other thing that I was going to say. Ask. The worst you can get is a no. Do you mean advisor? Yeah, the COGA. Yeah, they're called the sorry. Yeah, the advisor, sorry. They're called COGAs, right? Yes. So yeah. And ask. Don't be afraid to ask. I've gotten things that other people haven't, and they're like, how did you get it? I was like, I just asked, right? Oh yeah, I went to the COGA and I asked, like, can I get this? And she'll say, yeah. Let me find the department, and she would say, okay, let me ask the department. Yeah, they said they've got the money for you to do this. And I get, so don't be afraid to ask. The worst you can get is a no, and you don't already have the thing, so a no is not bad, right? I've been to some offices, ISS, I've gone there, I've gone to the graduate studies office, I've gone to HR office, I'm just asking for things. And sometimes I get them, sometimes I don't, but it helps. And you know all those newsletters that we get from the university, I mean, they're a lot, right? And they're so annoying, but believe me, you want to not necessarily read through them, but get to the end. I found small awards, scholarships, and grants. They're usually at the end of those newsletters. They don't put them at the beginning, at the end. And it's annoying because, I mean, getting through all that stuff. But I discovered that in my first year, and sometimes it's like a $250 grant. That's $200 that I didn't have, right? So don't be lazy to go through them. Just scroll to the end and see what funding opportunities are there. I've taken part in some programs that I've just found at the end, at the tail end of those newsletters. And that will be helpful for you, right? And there are many funding sources on the universities. Do we know the, are we familiar with the grants office, right? The grants and scholarship office, right? Where you can get every semester, you can apply to up to $500 that you get. I mean, I've applied for it every single semester. And sometimes they give me $500, sometimes they give me $350, sometimes. But then you just need a reason. And sometimes I just say like, yeah, my car needs, the other time my car needed to be repaired, the windscreen, and I got $500. So make use of those resources, right? That's the other piece of advice I got from my professor. I say, apply for every grant that you can, even if you get $5. That's $5 that you give them. So every single grant that I could apply for, I've applied. $10,000 grants, I've applied. $20,000 grants, I've applied. $50 grants, I've applied. So, and I've gotten some, my research was funded by some grants that I found, and I was just combining finances. And then community, just build a community of people. Have a community of people that you like. You are tired. Elizabeth, let's go for ice cream. Hey, right? Or things like that. That's very helpful because this is a very long journey. And sometimes it can be frustrating. At one point, I wanted to master out because I was done. I was like, I'm done. And then the last thing that I'll talk about is in 2022, I was diagnosed with an autoimmune disorder. And that has affected me so much because the whole of last summer, I literally spent in bed, right? And why I'm sharing this is because this comes then back to the ask and make use of your COGA. When you use grant money to buy software for your research, it has to be installed on university computers. You cannot install it on your personal computers. That's the right. That's the rule. So I had my Stata and my Atlas TI installed in my computer in my office, but I couldn't come to the office. And I got permission to work from home. So now I work like 100% from home. I only come to campus for meetings and like when I have classes and stuff like that. And this was because I asked like, what can happen? So everybody in my department, my chairperson, the director of graduate studies in my department, the department chair, my advisor, the COGA, I let everybody know about my condition because now I have support. So every time I'm like, I can't do this because of this. I have accommodations. If you need accommodations, go to the use the student access office. They are very helpful. HR, I had to notify HR because I'm also employed by KU, right? So I had to get accommodations from KU. And because lupus is very unpredictable, the symptoms vary. I can wake up one day feeling one way, and the next day I can't get out of bed. The next day I can't do this. The next day my eyes are blurry. So this has made my writing very, very slow, which is why I'm graduating in May and ending in December, because my writing has been very, very slow. So some days now I'm only able to work in best like 30 minutes, 1 hour. After that, I'm so tired, I can't even do anything. So back to the community that I talked about, I have people that I rely on. Sometimes they just come, they cheer me up. Sometimes we just hang out. And I mean, most of us are international students. I have like 2-3 hour calls with my family back home. Sometimes we just have video calls and my phone is there. And I'm writing and my sister is in her house, she's doing her laundry and doing that. And that all helps, right? So as that comes to August's points that take care of yourself, right? So that for me is a big part of taking care of myself. I have constant calls with my family. So I will reiterate this. Ask. There's people in my department who wanted to work from home, but they denied, but I asked. And also because I had approached student access and HR access and I accommodations and stuff like that, now I'm able to work from home. But if you want to find out if your department provides stationery for you, ask. You might be surprised. You don't have to buy stationery ever again because you've asked. Yeah, that's my advice from my journey.
Yes, Bellu. Yeah. All right. Well, maybe okay. So, well, I just completed my defense 2 days ago. First day was one of my committee members. So I'll be graduating in May. With a PhD in architecture, specializing in historic preservation. So really, I just highlighted a few things. I think they've mentioned some of them, so I'll just try to scan through. But for me, I think the first thing coming into the PhD, particularly because I couldn't resume in 2020 because of COVID, I kind of set up goals for myself. I had kind of like targets about when I wanted to finish the PhD. Even though, life could happen, things could happen, but I actually had that sense of, okay, this is the amount of years I want to spend teaching. So that kind of like influenced my day one. The first day I made my advisor, Professor Kapila Silva, I told him I would like to finish PhD in 4 years. And he was like, yes, we can do this. A lot of people tell you it's not possible. Ignore them. If you work with me, we'll finish in 4 years. And then he set out very lofty goals for me. So that included having to do my coursework quickly. So I had to take 4 classes every semester, did research, did graduate teaching assistantship at the same time, and also wrote a lot of grants to fund my research. So that kind of also influenced the whole idea of getting my committee. So in my first semester of PhD, I already got my committee. Which I mean could be said to be tricky, but I kind of would say I had 1 year head start because I already knew the kind of research I wanted to do. We were talking throughout 2020, even though I didn't come here because of COVID. So there was already a general concept of the direction I wanted to go to. So that influenced, picking the committee really early. So in my first year, I had spoken to Professor Yeko already, Professor McGonagall, and the 2 other committee members. So by the second semester, I had my 5 committee members in my first year. So
Then, of course, I had to go through coursework. My supervisor was very good with that. We sat down and we developed my whole coursework for the whole 2 years of coursework in the first semester. So I kind of like knew, okay, this class is starting first semester, this one starting second semester. So I knew how to stagger everything to meet up with that 2-year goal. Because in architecture, you have to do 42 credit hours before you can, begin your research proposal and then comprehensive exams and all. So, well, he put me on this kind of like regimented scheme, which I wanted. So I was happy about it. Nobody was forcing me. And then we kind of worked through that. So he set up goals. He was like, depending on how you do in your first semester, then we would scale down or continue. And then he asked me for my grades. They were good. So we kept on doing that. And that was really good. But at the same time, I began to also think about coursework and the particular specialization, and that influenced some of the classes I took here at KASC. I did courses in AAAS to get the certificate. I also did historic preservation graduate certificate in my department. So somehow those 2 years of coursework helped me get 2 graduate certificates in the process. So it was always in his own thinking too that he wanted me to achieve the most I could get from, school and for my future career. And then next phase here would be utilizing your community as resource for development. So one of the theories I ended up using for my research, which was a person systems theory, or a form of structural functionalism. The idea came from Professor Yeko actually. So I met him very early in my research, and I was thinking of the direction I wanted to go to. And then he proposed the idea, and then I went to study a lot, like she said, leverage on the library and all the resources. I got like 50 textbooks from somewhere from 1960, 1970, because some of these theories are really old, and then studied all of those. And then my primary advisor, Professor Silva, I had times when I brought him in the same room with one of my other committee members just to develop my comprehensive theoretical framework. So kind of like thinking about how can you utilize your committee? Because sometimes we tend to want to just focus on our main advisor, forgetting that these other people we selected in the committee could be great resources. And the advisor is same thing from one side, the other people could kind of have a broader picture of, other areas you can tackle. So I would always say my top thing, number 3, would be utilizing them as resources, and particularly in your proposal development. So I used them well, and it really helped me speed up my work because things became clearer quickly, and then I knew where to go to. Then again, building good partnerships and networks. So I utilized several networks I had in Nigeria because my research was based in Nigeria. Yeah. And luckily for me, the 1 year I didn't come here, I kind of did like a research assistantship for a professor in my University of Lagos, where I did my master's degree. And so some of the networks I made there made, collecting data way easy. I could go back and leverage on those. I wasn't coming as a new person who would have to go through several bureaucratic bottlenecks and all. So I would always say build partnership, utilize them. Even for my comprehensive exam, Rickon was here, but he was very useful in the historical aspect. First, he could give me some questions that I could not find resources for. And luckily for me, Rickon went to University of Ibadan, which has a lot of historical background, and then I was able to get resources from him. So just being able to think about things broadly and who can be useful to you. It doesn't matter who the person is. Person could be in their first year of PhD, but the person has stuff that you need. So you need to think about that. And then in terms of field work, I think one of us mentioned that there's usually no funding in these fields of ours. So there's not much money for my fieldwork in Nigeria, and I needed to travel. So this is where sacrifices come. First year, I had to fund my whole preliminary research. So I wanted to test my ideas, and it made sense to go after my first year, because if I want to finish in 4 years, then I need to start having a sense of my direction. So I funded that research in my savings. Yes, it was painful. I came back broke, actually, without money. So for the first, say, 1 month, I had no money, actually. I was like using my credit card to survive and then borrowing money from people. So I did all that stuff. But there's a big part of the story. Now, having collected previous research, publishing 1 or 2 articles from that research, it made me kind of get several grants. So all my research from that point till now, I never spent any money on it, because I would just write grant applications, and now I have like data to back what I'm saying. There's verifiable evidence. And I got like almost every grant I applied for. Like to date, I got almost 20,000 in grants, just from 3,000, 5,000 here, 1,500, and then so I was able to fund subsequent research just by doing that first one, presenting at conferences and being able to, just show that this has a direction. So kind of like speed up. Writing and setting goals. After completing my actual data collection, which was, in subsequent field work, I worked with one of my committee members, the one that really, makes too many comments, but she was very instrumental in my writing aspect. She set out goals for me for every week and stuff I should submit. So even just a small piece, 500 words, 1,000 words, I had to submit out to her every week and every 2 weeks. And that was useful. So you see what I said, utilize your committee to the best. Everyone has a useful part that could really help you. So I did that. And then this allowed me to finish quickly, have time to review, submit my dissertation really early, get my professors to at least read a part of it or all the parts, and then be ready for the actual dissertation. And of course, planning your career, plan really early. Even from your first year, start thinking of what kind of jobs do I want to get into. And then that would kind of give you a sense of what kind of skills you need to develop during PhD, what kind of certifications you might need to get, and what kind of software do you need to learn depending on your field. So that's something that's very useful. And set lofty goals. A lot of people say try to like think of your work-life balance. Yeah, that's good stuff. But I also say set some really lofty goals, because I set out to finish PhD in 4 years. I finished my whole work in 3 years. I just waited this extra year just because I was given the opportunity to get an MBA by this side. So these are some of the benefits you get if you finish things early. Your committee is happy with you, your department is happy with you, and then they sponsored like my MBA for this whole year. So I've not really been doing PhD for 1 year, I've been doing MBA. So I'll just leave it there so we don't take too much time. Yeah.
And the last one is Bridget. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I have a cold, so maybe my voice might not be that loud, so I will try to speak as loud as I can. Before I start, I want to know how many of you are doing a PhD program? Okay, and how many of you are doing a master's program? Okay, so it's like a half and half for everyone's. Yeah, so basically there are some things that I would specifically talk about to the PhDs, and then some things I would tailor that to the master's students. But like everyone has said, someone's trying to let us know they're a PhD.
Oh, we forgot the online, huh?
Anyways, yeah. I would like to say, number one, like everyone has said, try to connect with other people, because sometimes by connecting with other people, like they've all said, that's when you know other resources that are available to you. But also it just gives you an opportunity to experience other people's perspectives that might be beneficial to your journey. If you're a PhD, work on publishing and writing, right? Masters, it might be just too much of an ambitious goal, but if you can get it done, that would be great. But for everyone, I would recommend going for conferences, because as you go for conferences, you get to meet different people. Not only do you get to share what you're working on, but you get to learn what other people are working on and how you can incorporate that to make your work better. Okay, so for me, I think I have been very fortunate to attend so many different conferences. Actually, last week I was at Florida with a conference on Afrotopia with Phil Winstar. And so I got to meet him. And that's also one of the chapters that I was working on. So getting to sit in his presence, right? And getting to learn from other people's research and trying to like take some ideas that would work for me was very beneficial. So definitely I would say try to go for conferences, try to write as much as you can, and then try to publish if you get the opportunity. I will also say try to get along with people. It's so important. We take that for granted. Like we need to build on social capital. It's a very important thing. Being able to network, because by doing that, again, people are going to tell you, hey, this is available. You can do this, you can do that. But if you want to live in isolation, I don't think it's going to work for grad school. So build that social capital. And then also like work very closely with your advisor and seek mentorship. I think that's very important because I have been very lucky to have a great advisor who's here with us today, Ben Kim. He's been very supportive. I'm not gonna lie about that. There will be times that I will have to give a talk and he will walk with me throughout the entire process. Like if I have to practice 3 times, he will be there for me. We'll do that again, all over again and again until I get ready for that. And I mean, every time he's done that, every time I give my talk, I just get very positive feedback. Okay, so connect with your advisor. I would also say, don't challenge them too much. I think sometimes we get to a point where we feel like we know what we're working on, and so that might come off a little bit rude, right? And I think for most of you coming from African backgrounds, you know that you don't necessarily challenge authority, right? So I think that's something to keep in mind. Don't challenge them, don't challenge your professors too much. You can try to seek compromise with them, but be respectful about that and just make sure that you're being respectful at all times. And also, I would say like seek mentorship as well, like outside of your department. And I think most of you are doing a great job being here with the Kansas African Studies Center. I do that too. I get involved with all the programs by the center. I also collaborate with the African American Studies Department. And so sometimes I take feedback from Dr. Alexander or even from Dr. Adams, right? Glenn Adams or Dr. Yiku, who is here with us today. And so you just, collaborate with people from your department. Don't just stick with your department, but try to broaden your experience, broaden your reach, okay? And also, like they've all talked about, make sure you get involved in the different workshops that are going on at the university level. There are so many different forms of workshops that can help you in your writing process. And I know that during the spring, Brennis, I remember you were part of the accelerated writing workshop, which is a good workshop that you can take advantage of. They provide you with breakfast and lunch, literally take care of you, come sit down and write, right? And usually lunch from like 9 all the way till 5 p.m.
The faculty version?
Say that again.
The faculty version?
Yeah, actually, there is, it's called Shut Up and Write, and it's at the Hall Center. So yeah, if you want to look into that, I would definitely recommend that.
No, they don't provide.
Yeah, but definitely that writing workshop for me, it helped me a lot because I think I was able to advance in one of my chapters that I was working on. And like I said, free food, right? We graduate students, we always try to take advantage of free food, so that would be something that I will recommend that you take advantage of. And I think there has been, I think it's available now also for the spring semesters and for the summer semesters. So
It's
look at
already open.
It's open, yeah. So look at your emails and see if that's something that you want to take advantage of. There is also like writing groups that run throughout the year. So if you stick with that as well, they're gonna pair you with other people who are equally writing. And that also gives you like a sense of accountability. That way you're writing with other people that are doing the same thing as you, and you're not like sleeping when you're supposed to be writing, right? And also there's also workshops on Zotero and all of that to help you with citations. So I would say definitely take advantage of that. And finally, I would say identify other areas that you like. So for me, I see myself as a very political person, and organizations here on campus such as IPSR, which is the Institute of Policy and Social Research, has been very beneficial to me. And when I got accepted into that, I also got funding to attend other conferences. So find groups that are very beneficial to you, and by participating with them, definitely there's money that comes with that. Also, there's the IDRH, which is the Institute of Digital Research and Humanities. You get to learn how you can incorporate digital humanities in your research, in your writing, or even in your teaching. So for me, I use it in my teaching, and it's been very beneficial. I was a fellow, and you get money for being a fellow, but you also get money for using it as a tool in your classroom. So that would be something that I would recommend. And also, finally, with the Hall Center, if you have not collaborated with them, now will be the time. They have different kinds of funding for travel and research, and I was a fellow with them just this past semester again, and I got 1 semester off just to write, and I got paid for that. So if you can look into that, especially if you're a PhD student at the writing process, that would be a very good opportunity to take advantage of. But again, it's very competitive. But like they've all said, you always have to try. The worst you can get is a no. But if you try, there's definitely some doors that will be open for you. So again, finally, build on that social capital, collaborate with your advisor, be respectful. And as you network it with other people, as the opportunities come up, they will let you know and you will thrive. Thank you so much.
Give them another round of applause. We have plenty of time, and as I said at the beginning, this is a session that will benefit many graduate students. And I'll open up the session for questions. And because I'm sitting different parts, I'm going to check for your language. So I'll check your language in the chat. Okay, so I'll open up the session for the questions. And you realize they've given us a variety of, different information and a lot of, wonderful experience. And so I'll open up the session, and then James will be checking for us the ones who are.
Mental moderator.
So my name is Playback. For those who don't know me, I'm fifth year PhD in political science. I'm starting my dissertation writing in the thick of it. What strategies do you have for holding yourself accountable? How would you tell people to hold yourself accountable? How do you build those accountability mechanisms? How do you get those deadlines? I'd love to hear recommendations on that. I imagine that's not one thing. I'm not the only one struggling with that, and I'd love to hear more ideas about how to hold myself accountable and how we all do better and produce.
Yeah. So remember we're talking about the writing workshops, for example, that is a very good way to hold yourself accountable because what they do is at the beginning, you get together in a group, right? And you highlight what your goals are going to be for that session. So for example, if the session is usually like 2 hours, 30 minutes for the regular semester, but if you get accepted into the accelerated writing workshop, it's usually from 9 till 5 a.m. So that's like an entire day. So what they do is like you brainstorm with a group of people, maybe like 5 to 10 people in your group, that this is what you want to do. And you will have the entire day to work and do whatever you have to do. And then you report back at the end and say, this is what I was able to do. This is what I was not able to do. So maybe in my next writing session, I will try to like do better. But I think just having that accountability is very, very helpful. And, being involved in something like that would help you go a long way. And I can attest to that because my writing did take a long time, but I feel like ever since I started actively participating in these groups, it has really helped me a lot in terms of accountability. So that would be something that I would also recommend, but also like setting timelines with your advisor, right? Because they're gonna say, for example, so for us, we have something that we call post completion PhD. We have something like that. Yeah. So when you start writing, there's a form that you fill out with your advisor, and they're gonna put down specific timelines that they would want things due by. And if you can go with that, my advisor tries to hold us accountable. He's like, oh, it's time. When am I gonna get it? So just being in touch with your advisor and also having him like put pressure on you to say, this is due, when am I gonna get that, goes a long way in helping you accomplish those writing goals. And then finally, like being able to conquer like imposter syndrome, which is something that we all battle with. I think sometimes you would have that perspective, hey, am I good enough? Am I good to be here? But I think the fact that you're here means you're good enough and you're worth it, right? Your application materials definitely attest to that, which is why you're here. So I would also encourage you that even if you get those voices, you try to ignore them and know that as you put in the effort, at some point it's going to be recognized, and you've made it this far because you're good enough.
Good. Any other thoughts from the panel?
She said a bunch of stuff, right? Yeah. So I suppose the other thing that I would say about holding yourself accountable is what I do, right? Because I am not self-motivated at all. So, and I know like when I read, sometimes some people are like, oh, I tell myself if I write one page, I'm going to get myself a cone of ice cream. And I'm like, I cannot write the page and still get myself a cone of ice cream. Like, like it's not that difficult. So what I do is I put myself in a space where I actually have to write, right? Like I said, I have to wake up in the morning, leave my apartment, go to the graduate writing lounge in the library, right? And everywhere is quiet. I'm not just going to go there and sit and look at look at everybody writing. I actually have to write when I'm there. So just changing location, right? So because I know, and again, you have to know yourself, right? I cannot write at home. When I'm at home, my bed is right there. So I'm like, that is what it is for, to rest, to sleep. So and that's what I do. So I remove myself from my apartment and I come to school. And I make sure that I do that every day, right? When I'm writing. So just like changing location, I think that's great.
Just to add to that is like temptations, like at home, like you said. For me, it's helped me really during the comprehensive exam, even though it's not writing, it's almost the same. So it was in 2020, I think COVID, I wouldn't say COVID helped me, but I need to be between four walls. I isolate myself from the TV at home, so too much TV. So I need to be, so I was coming here at the department, locking myself in the, I was the only one in the building, COVID time. Then I go through my, list of reading and, summaries here and there. So it's really just between four walls, I need it to lock myself in, and then I can just produce.
Other questions?
I was gonna add to that.
Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead.
I think one other thing you can do is set goals. I mean, people have different levels of motivation, but I like to set goals that may seem impossible because the aim is maybe I'll get something a bit less, but close to the actual thing I set up. So that's what I utilize for my writing. So I was writing for about 5 months straight every single day. Whether I had classes or I didn't have, but the idea was, okay, can I finish this section of the dissertation? So I wouldn't say like 500 words or 1,000 words. I might be like sections, then break them into subsections. And then I kept on doing that every single day. But I think what was most important was to think about my vision of the future. What else would be lost? So I always used to think about the opportunity cost of not doing this or doing that. And then having that in mind helped me to always meet the target or be very close to it. So that way I have like the capacity to meet it maybe in the next 1 week or 2 weeks. And that was how I finished my dissertation last summer.
Yeah, Agnes?
Just briefly, I will also add that I think setting time, yes, isolating yourself is good, but like what I'm doing is also, I have 3 days in a week that are strictly dissertating days. So the days that I don't teach, all those days are strictly for dissertation. So you will not catch me grading. I X out or close tabs, I don't want to be on email. And maybe if I work for 6 hours, maybe I'll be productive for fun. I don't know, but I don't want anything that is distracting my Tuesdays, my Thursdays, and my Saturdays. Those are dissertation days.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for this advice. We need it so much. So just a simple question. I don't know whether to say in 1 or 2 sentences, but it seems this advice or ways of advice given here is mainly directed to people who are having a PhD program. There's a few limits to those of us in the master's program. So I'm asking, what's the best advice for someone who is now sort of venturing into a PhD program? You've talked a lot about writing, time management, having ownership of yourself as a student, talking about publication, all that. So what would you say to someone who is now going into this new, should I say, academic, trying to embark on this new academic journey, and the easiest way for the person to, navigate around, to have a smooth journey as you guys separate and try it one through.
Very good. Any of you can respond, right? Yeah.
I think
The beginning.
I think for me, one of the most important things that I've learned is understand yourself. Like, before I started my PhD, I mean, I had so many people who tell me so many different things. You're gonna be this, you need to write every single day, you need to do this, you need to do this. Guess what? Sometimes I go for weeks without writing a single thing. But that's me. So I'm not going to tell you, no, don't do that, right? So understanding yourself is very important because you're then able to do things based on you, not based on how I told you it would be like. My brother told me that I was never going to sleep again, but my brother doesn't even have a PhD. He told me I was never, ever going to sleep again, but I'm much like Popo, right? For me, from the beginning, Saturday and Sunday, I work 3 days, right? Unless I'm in a bind. But now, because of illness issues, now I have to allow myself to work even on Saturdays and Sundays because sometimes I rest during the week when I'm supposed to be working, so I have to make up for it. But for me, that was like Saturday, Sunday. Saturday, I'm not doing anything. I'm at home. I'm relaxing. I'm out with friends. Sunday, I go to church. I come back and then I sit at home and binge watch TV. And then come Monday, I'm up and running. And so having that understanding of how you work. And then I'm not a morning person, all right? I'm not a morning person at all. Wake me up at 9 o'clock, I wake up, but my brain is still asleep. And I struggled with all the classes that I had to take like before 10 o'clock because my brain wakes up around 10 a.m. So any class that I took before 10, I really struggled because my brain was not yet awake. But I'm that person. I sleep after 2 a.m. and then I wake up at 10 a.m., which is now I'm able to do that because I'm in the writing phase and things like that. So understanding that helps you a lot. It helps you navigate a lot because you are working based on who you are as a person. So knowing yourself, knowing how you work, how you function, what works for you, what doesn't work for you. Some people are extroverts, right? I used to be an extrovert. I was the biggest extrovert. But now, as I'm growing older, I'm discovering I'm becoming more of an introvert, right? People now tire me out. So I can be with people like 1 hour, 2 hours, and I'm done. And I'm done. And I can be in my apartment for like 3-4 days without seeing a person and I'm asleep. Right.
She's been with you for 1 hour. It's about to be done.
No, I mean, I'm still sitting here. Believe me, I'm so bent out already. I'm just gonna go home and I'm just gonna lie because so that's just understanding you and knowing your body and listening to your body, listening to yourself. So comparing to other people, like he did it, he said it, he was done in 3 years. I'm like, oh my God. I'm already not like 3 years, right? But now I'm going into my 6th year, right? And I still haven't finished. So understanding those simple, small things about yourself helps you navigate some of those things because you are not in a race with anyone. You're not comparing yourself to anyone. You are understanding how you work, some people, like I said, are able to write 300 words or like 1,000 words a day. Thank you. Good for you, right? But I'm a different kind of person. So once I accepted and knew that, it was pretty much easy for me. And like I said, don't be afraid to knock on doors. Like I assure you, in this campus, in this university, if you want something, there's a door that you can knock and you can get an answer, right? So don't be afraid to ask. Don't be embarrassed, like, oh, it's embarrassing and stuff like that. I think sometimes when coming from Africa, we do not have that, approaching people, we are afraid of doing that. But I've learned, like, I will knock, like, can I have $5, please? And they're like, no, this is not the office that does that. But if you go to the Title IX office, they might help you with this. And then I go there. Oh, no, we're not the office to do that. Go to ISS and then they'll help you with this and things like that. So that's how, for me, I've been able to navigate because you find the academic stuff is not usually the worst stuff, right? It's managing all the other things that help you accomplish the academic stuff that sometimes make the journey either hard or easy.
Yeah, I was gonna also add that I think it's all about the own thinking. If you're just going into a PhD, first thing you have to say is what am I going to do in terms of what research am I doing? I could bet that I would not finish my PhD as quickly as I did if I didn't like my topic. Because regardless, it's going to be hard sometimes So it's what am I going to do? What research am I going to do? How do I see this research being useful for me in the future? So you always have to think about the future, even in the past, because you don't do stuff that you don't like, or you can't even get around it. So I'll give you a big background on myself. My bachelor's and master's was largely on energy efficiency, building performance, and all that in architecture. But why did I choose historic preservation? Because fundamentally, looking at my transcripts, looking at my career as an architecture student and an architect before I came to PhD, I kind of liked history. You could bring history to me anytime and I'll get an A. And then the other ones I have to study really hard. So I figured out my strengths, figured out what was going to be useful for society. What could I do research on, and I feel like at the end, even if no one will use it now, it would still be relevant in the future. So that was kind of like the framework for thinking about what I should do for the PhD, and that's how I chose historic preservation. So coming in, I was doing stuff that I liked, that I wanted to do. So even though it was hard, trying to write research, make publications, go for several conferences and all, it was easy to keep on with that and keep pushing. And it was also easy to kind of conceive potential career paths and those stuff. So I feel like your heart and mind has to be in what you're doing before every other thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like they've all said, it's a different journey for everyone. So like just take it, as in when it comes, and knowing you on a personal level, you're someone that's very dedicated to whatever you commit yourself to. And so I would just encourage you to keep that, that level of hard work and commitment to all that you do. But like I said before, when I was talking about the things that you need to do in grad school, just make sure you're getting along with people, because that social capital is very important. And in your department, if there are ways that you can participate, and I know you do that already, just keep that up. Show up for events, do what they want you to do, and get along with your advisor. He's gonna be the most important person in your life, especially as you get to the writing stage. Make sure you honor them, you cherish them, and just be grateful for what they're gonna share with you as you go throughout that journey. And again, just all the professors that you're gonna work with, just be respectful of them, respectful of authority. And in your capacity, whatever you're able to like give as you're there, it's gonna make, it's gonna be helpful for you. And as you do that, when the time comes where you will need recommendations, for like different scholarships and awards and all of that, it will be there to do that for you. When you're getting ready for the job market, it's gonna be a very, I don't want to say difficult, but it is. It really is, right? And it's something that you can't do that alone. And again, that's something I'm very appreciative of my advisor. Like he would just look through all my letters and make sure that everything is okay, and walk you through that process. And so I would say, yeah, just getting along, and again, keeping up with that hard work of doing your coursework and writing and everything. But yeah, just make sure that you get along with your advisor. They're going to be one of the most important people in your life.
Something that sorry. I was going to say just like what Bridget just said about making connections. So I like people, but I don't like people. Like, so if it's not necessary for me to know you, like, don't talk to me. So, and I know that happens for some people. So I'm like, okay, so you can be very intentional about who you like make the social connections with. For example, your cohort, right? You want to be close to your cohort because you're going through the same experiences with them. You're going to be taking classes with them. You're going to be doing, say, you're going maybe during the prospectus time, blah, blah, blah. You're all in the same at the same time. And what we did with my cohort, that we mocked each other's like presentations for the comprehensive exam. So we just sat in, we set a timer for how it would be, and they talked to us and we gave feedback. So that was very important. And then the other thing is to, even if you don't know all the professors, like, know the ones with the money, right? Like your DGS, your chair, like those ones you actually need to email, right? Because I was just minding my business one time, and the DGS emailed me like, go apply for the, GRA so you don't have to teach. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is my application, give me the money. So like, not those people. I'm like, again, I do not want to be talking to any randos, right? So if that's too much for you, just be very intentional about who you talk to. So that's like my one advice.
Okay, one more thing. Something quite practical is you've done your master's, you have a lot of credits. that are transferable. Please transfer your credits so that you don't have to waste a lot of time doing the exact same things, and then get to the field faster. That's all.
Yeah, very good. The last one you had now,
Yeah.
right?
So my question will be kind of like directed to people in the humanities, especially in the areas of readings. Because I think like 2 or 3 of you kind of like mentioned how you use your weekend to rest. So I was wondering how you manage that, because is it like you guys don't have classes on Monday? Because for me, the reading aspect has been something sort of Monday to Monday. So I'm kind of like wondering how you guys were able to, is it that when you have class on Monday, you read on Monday? Or when you have class next Monday, you already started reading your coursework or some readings? And I think for somebody like me in history, the readings they ask us to read, they are not like simple articles. Sometimes it's like big textbooks. And for me, I feel like reading sometimes is not just about you going to class and discuss. It's about you trying to impact yourself in the period of reading. So most times when I read, I pay so much attention to like read the thing and really understand what I'm reading. So I'm just wondering, like, how do you navigate that resting and how you are not reading from Monday to Monday? Yeah, then for let me answer that for you. Yeah, so then from Agnes, kind of like interested in how you mentioned how you changed your topic. It seems simple when you mention it. Yeah. But I kind of like want you to like dwell on it. Is it that it was simple for you when you changed it because maybe it was not really different from what you were planning on earlier, or it was totally different? Then you have to like navigate the new ways to like go about it. So I just want you to like talk briefly. It's my help.
Okay,
You can start.
I can start.
I was going to actually mention this, but it escaped my mind. Okay, so
Weekend rest.
the weekend rest. Yeah, today is not Friday. Like, my weekend has already started. No, but okay. So I don't know. Like you said, what you said was actually the case for me, and I suppose you have to know yourself and how you read. And like I said, I'm an unserious person, but I'm actually a very serious person too. So what I did when I had classes was that, I would teach from morning, go home maybe like 2. And from that 2 until say 7, I was actually reading. And say if I'm reading novels, again, I'm a quick reader, so I can get through that. And then the next day. However, for articles, you have to know how to read articles, especially for a graduate student. You're going to have a bunch of it. And I have an article on that as well. I may send it to you later. So you want to try to focus on the very key points, right? And the article talks about, you need to, of course, you have to read the introduction, right? So because the introduction sets up the article for you, somewhere in that introduction, you're going to have the thesis statement for the article. So you need to be very careful about reading that introduction. And then after you read that, the introduction already tells you what the article is going to say. What you now want to do is to use that thesis as an outline. So when you go to the body, you see what the first main point that I'm making is, and then you can read that. When you feel like you've got enough of that, you don't necessarily have to read all the examples, right? You have the main points, you have a little view of what they're saying, you can move on to the very next point, right? You can do that. So you don't have to try to read every single word in the article. You just have to know how to read the article, if that makes sense. And there is again, I have an article for that. If you send me an email, I'll try to find it. If you don't, you're on your own. So, so that's
okay. I mean, what I used to do, I had a class. I think I had 2 classes. One we had to read at least 1 book every week, plus about 5-6 articles every week, right? Oh, but believe me, I rested my Saturday and Sunday. I rested. But what I did is, you don't have classes every day, right? You don't have classes every day. You have classes Monday to Friday.
If there is no class, then consider like another unit rate.
Yeah, so exactly, so those are the things that you'd prioritize, like, okay, this week, this is what I have on my plate. I need to attend 1, 2, 3, 4, and stuff like that. So most of the times what I did was, especially for that class, I used to read soon after that class, because I remember we didn't have, that was like 3 years ago. I don't remember when we had it exactly, but I think it was towards the end of the day. So, and then the next day I didn't have class. So after that, the next day I'll focus on reading for that class and then post all my discussion things and prepare my questions and stuff like that for that class, so that by the weekend I didn't have to do. At most, the one thing that I did on the weekend was grading. Like if I had to catch up on my grading, that's the most work that I did over the weekend. So I think it also just comes down like to planning, how you're planning out the week, and your priorities. What things are you prioritizing over the week? Because if you're going to prioritize hanging out with your friends for 4 hours, that means you're going to need that 4 hours. You're going to need it at some time, right? So like I said, because I prioritize resting on Saturday and Sunday, social things I limited during the week, because I knew like on Saturday then I can, hey, and Saturday and Sunday I can go all out and stuff like that. So it's about making priorities, like what do I need to get done in this week before Friday comes, and getting those things done. Because I understand, because that was a heavy reading load, right? Like one text, one book, and 5, 7 articles, and you had to get through them. And it wasn't the only class that I had. I think that semester I actually had 4 classes, right, that I was taking. And this professor is requiring this professor is requiring this professor is requiring this. But I was like, my Saturdays are my own. My Sundays, I go to church, come home, relax, and that's it. So you're prioritizing and what's important to you, because what's important to you is not important to me. And what's important to me, like I said, my rest was important, especially now. Now, if I don't rest, I'm going to be out for the next 3 weeks. So for me, rest is a very, very important thing. So understanding yourself, it comes with understanding yourself and what is important to you, and what are your priorities. How do you want to prioritize the things that you are doing? What are the urgent things, the important things that you want to do, and things like that.
Yeah, good. There was a question for Agnes.
Thank you. As we plan to wrap up, I don't belong in the category that doesn't work over the weekend, because again, I can't. I am, yeah. However, change of topic had such a mental toll on me. If I say I would have dropped out, I struggled. And I think one of the main reasons was my committee and I had already approved my comprehensive exam lists, and it was about LGBTQ rights and minoritized sections. Plenty of those were. So that meant that I needed more literature work, more literature, more scholarship. I mean, I had already passed. However, I needed more. I need to kind of, I had to reorganize myself. But if I tell you that not changing my topic was a hill I was willing to die on, but I couldn't, because I don't control the systems, I don't control the policies. I'm sure my advisor will look back at in that season and be like, girl, you took so long to decide to move on. So mentally it was very challenging. I did not want to change my topic. I had prepared all the way from my master's to this point for this research. And now it felt like I was being pushed in another direction. Care is my foundational theoretical framework. And I think we have not yet fully embraced care ethics, feminist care praxis in Africa overall. It's still a new field even in the United States. So like for me, care, as someone who practices care, many of you know, many of you may say, I know how to care, but like the field of care is of course very, in an academic sense, is deep. And so I wanted to do more with that. So that was the foundation that I had already established. But at the end of the day, I think you choose to just move forward. Yeah, and I chose to move forward. I know if I stay in academia, which I'm planning to do, I'll still do this work. I'm willing, because we have been told to believe, majority of us, maybe even some people here, believe that homosexuality is an African, you know? Literally, people say, yeah, homosexuality is an African, you know? I am an ally, and I'm a strong ally, and I'm a radical ally. So that's a hill I'm willing to die on. As someone who is privileged, you know, in the cis heterosexual, anyway, that is something that I really want to study. So I've already decided that the work that I collected, some of the data that is not necessarily with my, because I did an ethnographic study, I collected a lot of data directly responding to my research, but also indirectly. I had to ask a few questions. So like, this is work that I'm passionate about, and I'll definitely publish a paper, teach a class. I will be able to do all that and use my, because I did not sweat and cry for nothing. Anyway, thank you for asking. Yeah, it was challenging.
Yeah, there was one last thing that Bridget wanted to bring, then I'll take the last question, right? And
I was
we'll end
gonna
the
say, so like when we got enrolled into KU when we got here, the graduate, let's just say the graduate school had this orientation where they would tell you about strategies to make it in grad school. And I think one of the things that they talked about was like, a lot of times you're gonna be given a lot of books to read, but you can't read it all. And so one thing that they advised was you can do what they call skimming, you know, so that's like fast reading. And then when you get to the pages that are very important to you, like you zoom in on that, and then all other things. And for me, for someone that some of my works might be fictional, that might help because like sometimes it's just given like a description of an area. And I might not necessarily need that, I may, but it's not like the most important point. And so you can skim those areas. And then when you get to the areas where you really want to focus on, you zoom in into those areas and highlight your main points. Concerning history though, like I've had a friend who told me a strategy that worked for him, and this is what he did. But I would have to start with a question. How close are you to your cohorts? The people that are in your class, are you very close to them? Okay, so this is great. This is what they did. So if they had a book that had like 10 chapters, they would split into groups and everyone would read like a section, right? So maybe one group would read
I'm
like.
taking notes on this. Me too.
Yeah, so one group would read like maybe 2 to 3 chapters, another one would do like 2 to 3 chapters, you know, and then everyone would get a section they need to cover. And then right before class, you guys find time to come together and then everyone brainstorms like what they read and then the key details. So if you did like chapters 1 to 3, you and your team will talk about that, the main points, the main ideas. If somebody did chapters 5 to 7, they'll do the same thing, and then 9 to 10 will do the same thing. And then you guys go to class, you talk so much and it seems like you're ready, but it's not really the case.
We can change grades, right?
Yeah. I just have this question. So
Yeah.
you said now, like, what if you find yourself in a situation whereby we always have free riders, you know?
Yeah, the free riders.
Exactly. So whereby, as a bunch of people are supposed to do this work, and there are certain people just, lay back and they're not concerned about it. So in a situation whereby you find yourself, so how do you manage that, like, yeah, because it's like, let's say in the comparison of 10, like I'm just trying to, build on this example that you just said now. So that's where my question is coming from. So let's say about 6 people, they kind of have that sense of belonging, that this is what we need to do. And the other four, like, I can't do this, giving flimsy excuse, this thing is too much. So in that kind of situation, so what do you do?
I was gonna say, if you're gonna be graded on that, then that's a very different trajectory. But like, this is sort of like an individual personalized thing where you're not gonna be graded on, so you have the option to choose the people that you think would fit that goal. And so like, for example, if I know you're gonna work very hard, I can do it with you. This is not obligated by the class, it's just trying to find people that share the same goal with you. And then you split the work among yourselves and then come back with feedback. So since this is an optional thing, you can just choose the people that align with you and work with them. And, you know, if it's in terms of something that you're gonna be graded on, I think.
Not necessarily what I'll actually be graded on. So
Yeah.
it's just you know, because graduate class, my understanding about graduate class has to do with time.
Yeah.
It's really time intensive. You've got readings to do, discussions and all of that. So and most times it's collectively driven. It's not like the professor is the only one talking, everyone has to contribute. So in the case of, you know, time management, where I know that I have made mastery of what I want to say, and the XYZ, they've also done their parts, or let's say the other guys, they did not do their part. So at some point, there could be a situation whereby the professor will just ask questions, somebody asks questions, and everybody just looks like, okay, what am I gonna do? No one is saying anything. So it'd be like, okay, I'm not gonna be in the business of pretending as if you guys did the reading, none of you did it. So why are we wasting time? So I'm just concerned about so,
like if nobody's
yeah, like everyone has to be collectively involved.
Yeah, I'm assuming you guys got together before you got to class. Like nothing should be a surprise to you in class. Right.
But
So
I
if they didn't do it, you should know that beforehand.
Yeah.
And you know, fool me once, shame on you, fool me
Yeah.
twice. You know, like you for me, I don't know, I will not say I'm a harsh person, but you get one chance with me. Like, you know, if you don't do it the first time, that's it. And I don't care whether you've changed the next day. So again, I suppose that's where we talk about boundaries, right? Like, I'm not here to make friends with you. So did you do what you're supposed to do? My work is actually very important to me. So like I'm a serious person in real life, but when it comes to my academics, I'm a very serious person. So do what you need to do, and I'm going to do what I have to do. And if you don't do that, then we can proceed from that. Like, you're a non-reliable person. How do I treat a non-reliable person?
I think I understand your question. Like, you don't want to sideline anyone because you're saying you're a cohort and you're working together. But at the end of the day, this is going to be PhD Godson, not PhD Christabel. You know, and it's about you. So in Shona we have a saying, it's like eating poison because you I'm not finding the exact English word, but you eat poison because you're too shy to express that, you know, I don't want to eat this, right? So that's the thing. So like they don't do it the first time, it's okay. The second time, but the third time you're like, dude, I need to pass this class. So if you're not going to do the work, and then you just work with the 4 or 5 people who are willing to do the work, so that you do not put yourself in that space where you are not progressing for the sake of somebody who can't be bothered by life.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So
Bridget, to give
finishing
you a
up
last
on your
thought.
question,
Yeah.
What's your name again?
It's
What's the number? Okay, yeah. So like I said, you'll brainstorm and all of that. So hopefully that works. And if it doesn't, you know, how many of you are aware of Spark Notes and Great Saver? Yeah, see, they're laughing. Okay. Yeah, that's something that's very helpful. Like if you go online and you Google like Spark Notes, a lot of times most of the works that you read, they break it down, right? So especially if it's like literature, it breaks down the major themes, the characters, and everything in there. And they sort of like give a brief overview of what they all represent. So again, if you don't have time to read all the books, you can go to Spark Notes or Great Saver, and you would have an overview of what your book is about. Sometimes they might not cover every book. I'll wait for you to add more because you seem very excited.
Just to caution that, like, it's crowdsourced.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say do not do that.
Not relying on those exclusively. Like I was in high school, I grew up in America, you know, you use Spark Notes throughout high school. I have not used Spark Notes since high school. It's not reliable, it's not super applicable to things outside of English, unfortunately.
Yeah, but sort of like a summary to have an idea of what your book is about. It's always great. So that way when you're reading the book, you don't have to take too much time because especially like the literature, sometimes they give very good feedback, you know, in terms of like the character. So yeah, that's what I would say. But again, do what works for you. But if you need like an overview of what your book is about, you know, like maybe somebody killed somebody, somebody died, what did this character represent? They would, you know, there's like overview to all
I think finally just know that this
we are over time.
That's the whole thing is like spaces. So if you have to do Saturday and Sunday now, period. And then in the future, you might not need to do that. Because once I was done with classes, I used to go play soccer like every week. Before then, I never went to most places. Yeah. So.
Yes, I want to bring this session to a close
Yes,
because we are given time.
Just one
Yeah.
thing, just one thing. I'm just saying a PhD is hard, or a grad school is hard. Grad school is challenging. And some of the things that I have learned in grad school is that I've received a lot of praise from my advisors. And again, it is hard, and I acknowledge that because I'm also not someone who you can push so hard. Otherwise, I'll break down. I'm a very emotional person. So like I need to work with people who are kind to me. Yes. And I acknowledge that, many Africans believe in harshness. I'm a firstborn. I have taken care of people. Like my research says, I care deeply. And for me, I will align myself with people that care about me for me to make progress. So that's it. Let's be kind. Grad school is hard. Yeah.
Yeah. So skimming at the end of the day, I think that's
Yeah. You want to draw something the attention to the close.
That's KU at the ku.academicswork.com. Like that's funding and grants. You find all different kinds. Sometimes they are like by departments, by gender, by whatever.
Yeah.
But sometimes they might require you to fill out FAFSA, so you can fill it out. It's not even difficult. You just put zeros on all the amount of money. How much money do your parents make? Like 0, 0, 0, 0. I mean, like my parents in Zimbabwe, they are all retired, so they make zero money, right? I don't have any other outsources of extra income, so zero. So it's easy to fill in FAFSA, and then because to get some of the grants, you need to fill in a FAFSA form, so you can apply for some of the grants on those pages.
Before you leave, I want to really to give them a very good example. I'm so glad that I put this together. If I'm a graduate student on the other side and the ones online, there has been a lot of thoughts here. Trust me, everything they've told you, there is something that will benefit you. For example, I like resting. I'm a professor, but I can't write Monday through what? Sunday. Yet I still teach on what? On Monday, and I've read those words that I'm going to use. What I'm saying is, think of how well you could be able to use this information to your benefit. Again, thank you, right? I wish you best of luck. I'm sorry for really.